Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, it is that time of year, fortunately. Time for the Bassmaster Elite Series to be back in business. We started down here in the Sunshine State of Florida last week on the incomparable St. Johns River. Vast, complicated, and we had a wire-to-wire winner, a young old pro by the name of John Cruz, really getting it done. And Mark Zona, he had plenty of ups and downs, but he fished relaxed, confident. It was a marvelous thing to watch.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. John Cruz with his second victory in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Definitely a lot more highs than lows in that tournament. Every time somebody would kind of creep up from behind, John Cruz would pull away, and that's exactly what happened on Championship Sunday last week here on FS1. From there, we're going to slide back down to the Harris Chain. Haven't been here in many years. An absolute monster of a body of water. Taking a look at our takeoff there, Leesburg, Florida. A lot of history here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. And the one thing to be said, Tommy Sanders, watch the first 2 hours of fishing.
Absolutely. We've got 47 anglers in the mix today, down from the original 94 who started. They're trying to make it into the top 10. That's going to be a very tall order. Much has been asked of all of our guys just to make it this far. There's our rules of the game. Full field for the first 2 days. Now today, the top 47 shooting for the top 10. The top 10 only will vie for the championship. On Championship Sunday, some great anglers out there today. We expect plenty more ups and downs. They have been challenged so far. And Z, today may be the stiffest challenge of all.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. And fair to say, one of the weirdest dynamics we have seen in a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Oh, well, in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, seven out of your top 10 that you're looking at right there, and a lot of them we're going to have cameras in their boats. 7 of those top 10 are fishing within sight of each other, and we have about 80,000 acres of playing field here, but yet, well, 7 of them, well, more than 7 are literally in about 100-acre stretch. Taking a look at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, about 30 miles northwest of Disney World, Orlando. You see Giant Lake Apopka that has been a player and really showed up yesterday on Friday afternoon. Big ones came out of there. 8 lakes as a whole, a lot of man-made canals. In this tournament coming in, a lot of people thought that there was going to be a huge wave of giant Florida bass coming shallow. Really not the case. And that guy right there in Big Lake Harris has done major damage. Buddy Gross, this was earlier today.
A small lead to start the day for Buddy Gross, former champion on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Worked very hard yesterday. It took him all day pretty much to get the job done, but he got it done, and he started early today. This is some of that footage.
Taking a look at Buddy Gross, great offshore fisherman. Got to see him last year, the year before on FS1. And whenever the bass are a little bit deeper, this guy's a big game player.
They ain't big, but we got to start somewhere.
Surprisingly, day number 1, Buddy Gross caught over 53-pound or better bass yesterday. Grimy took all day long to catch his 5 bass limit. Starting off quickly again here on semifinal Saturday.
I'm gonna try it.
Among the players, among the fans as well. A lot of people thought it would be fought on the banks with spawning bass, big fish way up shallow, but Buddy Gross says, I'm not playing that game. I had no intention of doing that when I came here. I will if I have to, but he has managed to cobble together something that works, that's for sure.
Yeah, and there's been about 30 to 40 boats fishing that bay. Call it Banana Cove, call it Lane Creek, a lot of different names for that area. But here's the one thing, there are not hundreds, there are thousands of bass that size in that cove that have been caught this week.
Going to be a challenge to make that one last another day live.
Get your butter in here. Get your butter in here. That is an ugly old fish right there. But it is a fish. Good job. Thank you, bro. There's one. That is an ugly old fish. You see that? That joker was nasty. Gosh.
If you're going to cling to a limit all day, cling to that top spot all day long, a limit in the first 30 minutes is great.
You notice Buddy Gross casting from shallow out deep.
We've already got 5 in the box. We got 3 decent ones that'll, you know, I don't care if I stay all day. We got 2 little ones. We just need to upgrade a couple big ones today. We'll be sitting fine to stay in the top 10, I think. So, got a great start. Takes a lot of pressure off today. All we're doing is sitting on some staging points. They're staging up, waiting to come in and waiting to come, or they're going out of the spawn area. That spawn area back there where the whole flotilla's been, there's a ton of fish back there. They're just getting a whole lot of pressure. And the more pressure it gets, the more it drives them out here to set up. And I got lucky and found one of them little piles today. They're not near as big as they were the first day. First day, I think there was groups of 50 or more, but now they just seem like small pods. You just going to have to run into them. I think we just cycle through all day long, and we run into a couple of good ones, we'll be in good shape. I'm gonna move a little bit fast this morning just in case that shad spawn is the deal. We can catch a little bit of it on all our places.
One of the best fishermen on the Tennessee River.
I'm hoping these guys invite me for dinner. They've been here for 3 days catching the fire out of them crappie. And there's the rain.
And under the water where he's casting, outside of that grass right there, you're looking at about 6 to 10 feet of water in a lot of these areas, and hard shell on the bottom where these fish will kind of, basically it's a stop sign. As Buddy Gross said, a lot of fish coming in to spawn, a lot of fish leaving from the pressure right there. Buddy Gross feels a lot of these fish are being pushed to him. And it has been a beatdown in this cove all week long. See David Mullins, Brian Schmidt, Micah Frazier with a big day 2 stringer.
Biggest of the event, Z, 23 3/4, 23-14, I believe.
Had a true giant in there yesterday.
Skinny, but good sized fish. It's just not very big, not very heavy.
Keeper number 1 for Micah Frazier. You see a lot of big head tods right now on the Harris chain. A lot of fish have got done spawning, starting to head offshore.
Two and a half.
Micah Frazier, the Georgian, owns a Bassmaster Elite Series title from way up on the St. Lawrence River about 3 years ago, 2019. So many boats yesterday, it was just a spectacle. At one point, we thought pretty much half the field was in this spot that's no bigger than a small municipal golf course.
Yes, and we're going to leave Micah Frazier and go 37 yards over to David Mullins.
There's another one.
Broke me off.
Number 1.
Number 1 for David Mullins, and a lot of these anglers said there's been hundreds of bass weighed in out of that cove so far in this tournament, and every one of them, there's a look at the circus. Every one of them will tell you there are thousands of largemouth bass that have kind of filtered through that area all week long. And this is exactly what it's been like, taking a look at a lot of your leaders within eyesight of each other.
Mullins of Tennessee has had a great swing down in Florida to start his season. He's had way more good seasons than bad ones. Oftentimes, he is a contender for Angler of the Year.
One thing to keep your eye out here on FS1 today is a lot of bass like that. A lot of just 1.5 to 2 pound fish. And then all of a sudden, boom, one of those unicorns, a 5 to 7 pounder will show up.
Move right now, still in Harris Lake here. Big Harris Lake. There is a big and little Harris. Stetson Blaylock, who had some late hour heroics yesterday. Take a look at some footage from earlier today.
This is going to be fun.
And trying to explain kind of what goes on in the morning here right now on a full moon. A lot of the shad in the lake game forage for these bass spawn overnight, especially on that full moon. And they'll spawn until the first couple hours of daylight. And if you have cloud cover, it'll last a little bit longer. Guys like Stetson Blaylock and a bunch of our leaders in Banana Cove said,
Little one.
It's incredible how good these fish bite early. And Stetson Blaylock in an area alone, just around our takeoff in Leesburg.
Further. It's a little one, but that's what's happening on the old Rogue. That's exactly what's happening. They're
Man who held the lead for the longest time yesterday, Jake Whitaker of North Carolina, also in this area.
Not much, but we'll take him right now. Not much, but he's number one.
We got to see Whitaker, Hanselman, a couple guys who caught him on maybe loud and aggressive baits early when they bite well, had to make adjustments later, and we'll see who kind of in that region that's cannibalizing each other, who makes that adjustment today, because it'll be very key.
Feels big.
Brian Schmidt also spent his share of time on top yesterday, but wound up in 10th place.
Good God Almighty. Please, baby, good. Watch out, watch out, watch out. It's a big one. He's big, big. He's big, dude. Yeah. Woo! Golly day. Woo! Come on.
Hayabusas did her job. I'd say he's 8. Haruko shade. God. Come on, baby. Oh my God.
One of the biggest bass that we have seen all week long on camera. And like we said, the boogeyman comes out of nowhere in this go. One of those in the boat of Brian Schmidt early this morning. Absolutely awesome kick, man.
We're watching a bunch of guys grinding it out, getting that early limit in. That's important, but the thing that's always playing in the background is the presence of a game changer that can happen anytime.
Woo!
And Brian Schmidt threatened to not start in this area today. We kind of called him out yesterday and said, no, there ain't no way you're leaving this cove.
That's the way we like to start a day of live fishing action right there. Buddy Gross still on top. David Mullins, Brian Schmidt from 10th place all the way up to 3rd on the strength of a giant. Yeah, those big ones do live here. Game changers will be a part of the narrative today. We are off to a great start at the Harris chain, and we have plenty more on the way.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us for Bassmaster Live on this Saturday morning. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the iconic Harris chain of lakes. Buddy Gross started the day with the lead. Buddy Gross of Tennessee. He retains that lead. David Mullins has made some ground up right behind him there. And Brian Schmidt. Boy, we saw something amazing from him, and we will no doubt see it again. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon Tommy Sanders. Here with Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukan. Mark Zona with us as well. We've heard from him already today. And Brian Schmidt, one of the first guys to get a small limit yesterday. He's only got 1 fish so far today, but it weighs as much as that limit.
Exactly. He needed that one yesterday. He was in our top 10. Obviously, we saw him on camera, but he fell down to that 10th spot, the last one with the camera today, and we're glad we have one with him. An 8-pounder to kick off his day. What a game changer. And Z, we'll have to get into maybe where he's at. A little bit more accessibility to deep water there, which could be a factor for bigger fish moving in towards the spawn. And we'll get into that a little bit later with the details. But Such, it's been a high catch rate early in this event every day.
Yeah, we had 89 limits of the 94 anglers on day one. Yesterday, only 1 angler failed to get a limit. The average fish is still just under 3 pounds, but our big fish went up to 813 from Clifford Perch, and the big bag went up with Micah Frazier to 23 pounds, 14 ounces.
All right. And Z, Mark Zona, we got an eyeful already today. If it goes like that all day long, we are going to have trouble keeping up. But what fireworks from Brian Schmidt.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that's obviously a key bite. The one thing to kind of watch if you don't bass fish a lot and you're watching this broadcast on Fox Sports is the little adjustments. Not only, look, there's little sweet spots in that zone that's getting so much pressure from your leaders. And now 8 out of your top 10 are in that, as you said, Tommy, that golf course size area that they have throttled the first 2 days of this tournament is little bait adjustments, and kind of finding that needle in a haystack has been key. That's what I know what that music means, Tom Sanders.
Yep, we do.
I know what it means, my friend. And this is one of the earliest Power Pole replay of the days that we have done. Can you make a Power Pole replay of the days? I'm not sure if a plural one's correct, but Brian Schmidt, as you said, Ronnie, catching his 5 bass limit yesterday morning in about 10 casts. Not the case today, only pulling the trigger once, but one of the biggest ones we have seen on camera so far in this event. Brian Schmidt, you are the early Power Pole replay of the day, my friend.
Come on.
Tommy, that's one of the unicorns we have spoke of here on the Harris chain.
Man, oh man, the boogeyman, as you call them, they lurk in this place. They're going to be part of the equation at the end of it all, at the end of Championship Sunday.
He had 13-12 yesterday with 5 bass. That is the limit, 5 bass, and he had 13-2. That one fish is 8-2, almost in his entire bag yesterday.
He had to upgrade ounces on each fish. He caught numerous fish yesterday.
Look at that map, and that's only the anglers we have cameras with. There are a lot of, see all those dots in the background? Those are all fishermen that have made the cut here to semifinal Saturday.
That might be a good one.
It's a good look right there at all the pressure this area is getting. And one of the questions was, would this area stand up to that pressure? Looks like it's done that, at least till today.
I'd say that one's probably 2 3/4.
David Mullins keeping his head down, grinding, getting results. That's been the story of his 2022 so far.
Tommy, before he donned his rain gear over the last 5 minutes or so, we saw David Mullins' jersey today honoring the late, great Aaron Martins, one of his main mentors in the sport, one of the legends of our game. We lost him last fall, and he is honoring him with the color scheme, purple lettering on the back, on the sides as well, for David Mullins. So a great tribute to a great angler and innovator.
Good stuff. We will see that jersey a little bit later. Promise you that. One and two, Gross and Mullins. Gross with a limit. One more for Mullins, and he has his limit.
Two of the best on the Tennessee River fishing offshore. Definitely seeing a lot of that knowledge applied here in Florida in a tournament not a lot of people thought was going to be an offshore beat down. Really coming into this with a lot of the 80-degree day temps, very warm at night. We talked about it during our broadcast last week on the St. Johns River. Those warm nights tend to move a lot of fish shallow, and that has not been the case, though. A few of our shallow water anglers in the top 30 making late yesterday.
Well, one of the things we know about Florida fishing is you cannot count on one thing lasting one day to the next. Such is the case with Buddy Gross. Took him all day yesterday, pretty much to get his limit.
God! Son of a gun, look at that. Here we are at the end of the second day here at Bassmaster Lead on Harris Chain. You know, today was a slower day for me. I didn't catch near as many fish. I got on something a little extra today that may produce later in the week. We caught some on moving baits, caught some dragging today. It just took a little bit of everything to get our limit today, but stay tuned. It's gonna be a great show. We're gonna catch them tomorrow.
And Buddy Gross is your brand new leader.
That was yesterday. Now back to Buddy live.
First stop this morning and caught 5 pretty quick. And we got 2 little bitty ones and 3, you know, good quality tournament fish. We don't have nothing big, but we got a start. Where we didn't have a start yesterday, really, we didn't even have a limit till 2 o'clock, 2:30 somewhere. So today we got us a good, decent start. I feel good about it. It's gonna give me options today. We're gonna be able to try to fish and try to see if we can make this top 10. It's gonna be a good day. It's been a good day already. We're blessed enough to have a limit, so I'm telling you, my limits are harder to come by than some of these guys. So now we just got to upsize some stuff, try to get some quality bite. These fish are moving though. That's what's crazy. They're repositioning every day. I mean, like, I don't even know. We got maybe 1 bite where I caught my limit this morning yesterday, maybe 2. 1 we got in the boat and 1 we lost. And today there was several there. So if it's like some of these other days, now that they're there, maybe they'll regroup again because I busted them up pretty good and we'll be able to go back and get us a few more of them. But there ain't none of it easy.
And if you really kind of watch Buddy Gross and his moves that he makes
really expecting
around
a bite
that
right
Banana
here.
Cove
I ain't
area,
getting one.
he's always stayed on the outskirt, never getting in the mix, never getting, where the amount of pressure has been. And we said early in this tournament, really the first 6 hours of competition on Thursday, when we saw this bite transpire, Buddy Gross was going to be a big factor. And look, our Humminbird bird's eye view of Banana Cove. This is going to give you a little bit of perspective of how much pressure that's being applied in that area. You're looking at about a 4 to 7 or 8 foot flat, but the number one key, there's a lot of hydrilla vegetation, hard bottom. And I mean, it is getting throttled right there.
Yesterday at one
point, the rest
point,
of Harris, not a lot of grass throughout the rest of the lake, which has made this a big magnet for this absolutely enormous school of fish. Sorry, Such, go ahead.
No, at one point yesterday we had 32 of our competitors out there. We started with 94, we cut down to 47. Right now there's 16, exactly half from yesterday.
If you're one of those guys who doesn't like company, you have to run away and fish by yourself. Hey, a lot of these guys don't have anything else working. I mean, they would be somewhere else if it compared to the production this place has shown us this week.
Absolutely. And one of those guys, you talked to Jake Whitaker, you talked to Micah Frazier, and as this tournament's gone on, and they've also been able to see what their competition next to them have caught at the end of competition days, they'll tell you they are all in here because there's nowhere else on this chain that has a population of bass like this.
Combine the population of fish with the structure, plentiful hydrilla under the surface, grass growing up off the bottom, has bait and bass pushed in here every morning for the shad spawn. It's something that's developed this week.
Yeah, you have the hydrilla, it makes the water cleaner. It's just, it feeds upon itself. It's a nice cycle to get into. How long will it last, though? Buddy Gross, David Mullins, Brian Schmidt on top of our leaderboard with more to come.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Tomorrow, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Looking forward to that.
Tommy, you threatened you were going to give us a pick. I definitely want that later today. Going to get out of the water right now. This was moments ago. Kenta Kimura seen a lot of bigger bass caught today in Banana Cove.
Not quite. Yeah, this is
Kenta Kimura, what a great start to the day, Kenta. Maybe not the result you wanted last week, but this week you are doing great. What's been your secret?
Really, I'm just find out what they like to eat. There was a bite in the ladder trap or crankbait in practice because water was a little muddier. But since first day, it's not working right for me, so I just keep throwing a swing in warm. And the whole key is I'm looking for seeger all day long. Whenever there is. Whenever I see the seeger, it catches some shad. That's where they're gonna be. So I'm chasing the seeger all day.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with Kenta Kimura. Kenta, real quick, if you could, can you describe the bottom there where you're getting these bites, the depth, and if there's a lot of grass?
Yeah, I'm fishing the thickest part of the hydrilla right here. Thickest part, and you almost can see the grass. So they're biting shallow.
Kenta, have you spent all week there in Harris Lake? Is that where you're going to stay?
Yeah, pretty much. Or I mean, just depends what kind of size I get here. I still got a few different spots, but I feel like this is a best opportunity to catch me at 20 plus. So yeah, I'll keep doing this till 12 or so.
Kenta, a lot of fish there eating shad, focusing on shad early. Do you think that there's fish out there that are also spawning?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Do you think there's fish out in that area that are actually spawning that you cannot see?
I really think so, because there is a bunch of shellbait back over there where everybody else is at, but they usually started up later days, so I'm trying to catch me a limit here in the thickest part of the grass and then move it out to the shellbait. That's what I would do.
Kenta, thanks so much for giving us some of your time. I know you're very busy this morning, and that's a good thing. A lot of Bassmaster experience for Kenta Kimura, great tactical fisherman. Look for him to do big things.
One of our 8 international anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Yep. We have 3 from Canada, 1 from Australia, and I believe 4 from Japan as well.
Stetson, Blaylock, late day heroics yesterday. Positioned very well today.
There's a good one. Can't even keep him. Not a good one, but a better one. Yeah, that'll work. There you go. That'll work.
Seeing Stetson mix it up with a bladed jig. Old school rogue jerkbait earlier. A lot of his damage done so far in this tournament with the Booyah XCS 100 square bill. Got a picture of that. Ron might put that up a little bit later. But here's one thing at home to put in perspective. Stetson Blaylock has unofficially 5 bass for 8.5 pounds. Brian Schmidt has 1 bass for almost 8.5 pounds.
Well, that size bass helped Stetson yesterday. He was kind of languishing in the final 3 minutes. He catches an 8.7 to get one of our bigger bags of the day, over 23 pounds, and jump from 38th into our top 10 at 5th.
Happened very late, right, Suge?
3 minutes to go before he had to come in.
They're going to be just not good ones. We'll take them. We'll cull ounces if we have to.
Good start for Blaylock. Let's get out to Jamie Hartman. 2-time winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Wow,
ooh,
that was nice.
Different.
Oh,
okay.
We need to see that
he
shot.
Come right out of there just like real quick. Do you see that? Inside. I mean,
not a big one.
From underneath that bank went. That's amazing. I don't see a female in there, so I don't know, just over 2, I think. We'll take it for maybe there's a bunch in here, man. Hell, it's dark out, but I can see pretty good. Gosh, that looks like a bank here, or a bed here.
Take a look at that fish's spawning bed. Right there. Big bright spot is, you'll see that fish come out.
Oh,
there it is.
That is so great.
That's a treat right there.
He come right out.
That is a treat, Tommy, and that's what we thought was going to happen coming into this tournament. We've seen very few caught on camera that way.
Might happen today.
I just come in here to
such
check
a
for
treat.
spawning fish, and seen one right off the bat and caught it. I've seen two more already, but they're not even on beds. They're just around. So I think as I get deeper in here, I might find more. And I can see, it's hard, but the harder it is for me to see, the harder it is for them to see, because the water gets pretty clear in here. So, man, I'm just taking my time and really looking, because I think there's more. The way these fish are pulling up, you never know. There's deep water access through this whole thing, so you just never know what's going to come in.
If you're just picking up with this Harris chain, has the 8 lakes, yes, but miles and miles of connecting canals and rivers. And they also play a part. Tyler Vet started in the top 10. Slight drop down.
Oh, bigger than what I thought.
Good start to his season, Tommy.
He's
going to fish his first Bassmaster Classic in about a week and a half.
Bet one of the anglers getting it done in Lake Eustis, and he said, well, with all the party going on in Harris, I pretty much have Eustis all for myself. Making it happen, not in Banana Cove. Very, actually, kind of cool to get from that area.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of relief, and the other areas may play larger than they have over the first 2 days of this tournament. This is day number 3. You got to be on that list right there at the end of the day. Only 10. We'll move on to the final day, and Buddy Gross hanging on to that lead right there. Mullins, Blaylock. Blaylock very solid today, and Brian Schmidt with a giant in the boat. What we have seen so far today. Good stuff. More to come.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
With you live for day 3 of 4 days of fishing that comprise the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain, second stop of the year of this 2022 season for these fantastic anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of good stuff to watch this morning. Big ones, guys putting good limits in the boat. A lot of fun, and we expect it to continue all day long. It is going to be some desperate hours for a lot of these guys, struggling to make it into the top 10. But right now, Buddy Gross, who started the day with the lead, has the biggest limit of fish so far. Absolutely getting his job done today. So we will keep our eyes on Buddy Gross. Right now, let's turn our eyes to our colleague, two-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year, former Classic champion Davey Height. And Davey Height, let's give Buddy Gross his due here. He's spent a lot of time in the fray with the big bunch there in Banana Cove. He's gone other places as well, but all that time, you get the sense that he's doing something a little bit different. Sometimes that's what wins tournaments. What do you think is different about what Buddy's doing?
Well, one big thing that he's doing, Tommy, is he's fishing closer to the shoreline than most of those other fishermen in that area, and he's fishing shell beds more so than isolated hydrilla. Like a lot of those other anglers that are out farther offshore, they're fishing those hydrilla clumps. You know, they'll be about as big around as a boat and come up 6 or 7 feet sometime off the bottom. But Buddy Gross is really fishing those shell beds close to the Kissimmee grass. A lot of these fish are coming in, going. A few are coming in to spawn, but a lot more are moving offshore. But we'll just have to see today if that area can hold up, because there's been a lot of pressure there the last 2 days.
Davey, if you looked at pre-tournament reports, it was said there was no way that a single area, almost a single spot, could win this tournament. It was going to be, you had to have a couple different bullets for your gun, different regions of this body of water. Yet it is being dominated basically in call it 100-acre area. If you can describe that area, and most of all for somebody that maybe doesn't bass fish a lot, there are thousands, possibly tens of thousands of bass in that one cove.
It really is, Z. And years ago, that whole area was lily pads. I remember, 15 or 20 years ago, and it's changed a lot. Now that area is almost like an isolated lake in itself. It's about 100 acres, like you mentioned, and the perimeter right around the shoreline has a good many lily pads, and some of those fishermen are fishing that, but most of the fishermen are fishing offshore. There's a lot of hard bottom in that area, which bass certainly like, but then the key is hydrilla. There's more hydrilla there than anywhere else in Harris, and that's what those fish love. It helps filter the water. The water's cleaner. Those fish love that. Also, a lot of bait fish in there for the same reason, good water quality.
Davey playing in the background just like it always was all week and always is down here in Florida on the St. Johns River and here. We saw it with Brian Schmidt. Yeah, you can work hard, you can have the perfect game plan, but somebody 50 feet away from you can catch one like we saw earlier today and absolutely turn your world upside down. You got to deal with it, right?
You absolutely do, and it's very difficult. Brian Schmidt's actually struggling this morning number-wise. It's been a lot easier for him to catch a limit, but, boy, to catch that 8-pounder, you're way ahead of the game. You'd rather have one 8-pounder, and this sounds odd if you're not a tournament angler, but you'd rather have one 8-pounder in your live well at this time of the day than a limit of 2-pounders that would weigh 10 pounds because you know you have the potential to catch that 18 to 20, maybe 20-plus pound stringer if you've got that one big fish. But speaking of frustrating, John Cruz, I talked to him this morning, had everything go his way last week at the St. Johns River and picked up the win. He said, I fished around all those guys. I was doing the exact same thing, and I just could not catch them.
Davey, one of the things looking at this giant from Brian Schmidt earlier today, there are 77,400 other acres of water. And it looks like this area is going to at least sustain another beating. It's going to show up here on semifinal Saturday. For the most part, the rest of the competitors just need this area to shut down for a victory, correct?
They do, and it's really amazing, Z. We fished Florida for a number of years, you know, forever since the Bassmaster Tournament Trail started, and it always seems to be an area, but I don't think I ever remember an area. Literally, it's 100 acres, and you have all these different lakes, and a lot of them can be great at times, and that 100 acres in Harris Lake is by far the best. The only other place it really compares is Lake Apopka, but the anglers give up so much time trying to go there because you have to lock through. The lock only holds 3 boats, so those are the 2 key players, but you lose so much fishing time going to Lake Apopka.
Davey, there's been 50 boats there pretty much every day. How many boats do you think will be there on Monday, Tuesday this week when the tournament's on?
Oh, there's a lot of eyes out here, I can promise you that. There will be probably 100 boats there Monday, Tuesday. That area is going to keep getting pressure for weeks to come.
Davey Height, we really appreciate having your eyes out there on site, taking it all in. The legend, the Hall of Famer Davey Height will be with us all day long. Let's get past this big group that end of Lake Harris and go over to Jamie Hartman. We saw him working his magic in the canal, a little bit of a spawner bedfish action there.
Yeah, there has been some big stringers caught out of this canal in years past, Bassmaster Elite Series. Jamie Hartman switching gears yet again today, trying to get off to a fast start. A lot of his damage was done in Apopka days 1 and 2 later in the day.
Right on a bed. Come here, Studley. Deep bed too, man. Real deep bed. I wonder if there's a big female in there.
Jamie Hartman with a little diversion in the canal right there. Paying off.
Go squeaky, buddy.
Contributing to his limit. This guy's going to be going at it all day long. And that leaderboard will make many, many changes. It will be a revolving carousel. Buddy Gross doing what it takes so far. He's got the best limit so far, and he is staying on top of that leaderboard for now.
Yeah, we made the comment coming in a semifinal Saturday. Look out for the first 2 hours, and Harris Chain definitely has stood up to that every single day of this event so far.
Brian Schmidt with a giant to get us rolling today. Quick look at these are unofficial weights right now. These are Bass Track weights and will not be official until we reach weigh-in time at the end of the day today. But there you see Buddy Gross hanging in there with the best limit of the day, doing his job. David Mullins up 1 spot. Ditto for Stetson, Blaylock, Kimura, and all the rest will be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I wanted to take a quick moment out of the tournament and be able to honor some of our anglers from the other levels of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. And today, we're talking to the youth champions, the high school national champions from Sale Creek High School, the 2021 Bassmaster High School champions. And hey, guys, how are you today? Gage, Banks, Coach Greg, congratulations on your feat last summer winning the championship. What does it feel, Banks, to win a high school championship? That's got to be something incredible for you.
Oh, it's a blessing, no doubt. I still haven't even like let it set in. Really, it's. I look back at it every day and just smile when I see the trophy and whatnot.
Gage, it's obviously a big accomplishment as well, and now you're off to college at Tennessee Tech. Has this kind of propelled your confidence, winning a high school championship, now probably competing at the college level over the next few months at the collegiate level?
Yes, sir, it has for sure. I would say that I didn't really fish much in college last semester, but this semester and moving forward, I'm going to be pretty hard in fishing. So got my feet set here and I'm ready to go.
Now, Coach Greg, how proud of them were you to see them catch an 8-pounder on the final day? It's their home lake. They're coming from behind to win the championship. 20 pounds, the biggest bag of the tournament, beating 308 teams on their home body of water. A huge crowd as well. That had to help. That had to well up with pride with you.
Dude, I don't know how to explain it. I was mowing, and the guys, the boat captain sent me text messages. Says they caught one. I couldn't even weed eat. I mean, it was, and I couldn't talk for 2 days after the weigh-in because I promised you, I screamed louder than anybody there.
Well, you guys did something that no one else in high school fishing was able to do, and that was knock off Briarwood Christian, who had won multiple championships in a row. And so I wanted to surprise you guys with a special guest to congratulate you on your feat. Tucker Smith, the 2020, the 2019, the 2018 high school national champion, and now a Team of the Year angler at Auburn University. Tucker, what is it like to win a high school championship? You won 3 of them, but what are these guys feeling after winning an event like that? And what kind of momentum does that give you going into the next level?
I just want to say what's up, guys, and amazing accomplishment that y'all were able to achieve. Winning a tournament, just to get to that tournament is so big, and then to actually be able to win that tournament it's unbelievable and a true blessing just to be able to do that. It really propels you into college fishing, and it gives you that that next step in the fishing career. So, and I think the high school setting really sets you up for the college route, and you guys fishing in college, that's going to be a huge step, and it's going to push you harder and harder because y'all are going to be able to drive the boats yourself, and y'all are going to get that experience to take it to the next level.
Well, speaking of driving boats by themselves, obviously Gage has moved on to the Tennessee Tech college fishing team. Tucker, do you have any words of advice on the next big step that they're going to be able to enjoy maybe in a couple months coming up?
So because of y'all's great success and y'all's, tournament win, unbelievable, first of all, but y'all are going to be able to compete actually in the Bassmaster Classic. Y'all are going to be able to do all the festivities like I did the last couple years. Y'all are going to be able to take part in that, bump elbows with all the amazing pros, and talk to all the people that you've looked up to for years. So it's truly an unbelievable experience, and y'all are going to not forget that for the rest of your life. So I'd like to congratulate y'all and let y'all know that y'all are going to be hanging out with all the pros at the Classic.
That is incredible. Not only will they compete in the College Classic, they will usher out the Elite Series field and the Classic field. Wanted to thank you guys for joining us. Tucker, Banks, Greg, Gage, thank you guys for joining us today. What a special accomplishment for our youth programs, the 2021 Bassmaster High School National Champions.
The youth movement in the sport, no secret that is the fastest growing segment of tournament fishing over the last several years. The high school game is very, very important. A lot of these anglers with eyes on perhaps one day joining the ranks of the best in the business. That's what we're watching today. Third day of competition here on the Harris Chain of Lakes.
Exactly. Tommy Sanders looking at your Humminbird Unlock the Lake, about 77,500 acres. Big Lake Apopka that it takes about an hour to an hour and a half to get into. And I'm not going to lie, rewinding back to looking at those high school students, I thought Coach Greg off the top was trying to be a super senior, Tommy, a Daniel Almonte.
No.
Fishing.
Not true.
As we head back up towards, a lot of people call it Lane Park. That's what the longtime name was. The cool name is Banana Cove, just because, well, it sounds cool. Seen a lot of anglers. One angler we were with all day yesterday from Texas, a good offshore grass fisherman, Ray Hanselman, Bassmaster Live.
man, he ate that. A good fish.
Ray Hanselman, the Texan, spent a lot of yesterday on top of the leaderboard. Very, very committed to what he's doing the exact same thing pretty much all tournament long. A couple of months.
Today, really, first time we've seen him make a little adjustment. Majority of what he caught yesterday on a hybrid hunter. Guys that are doing things that a little bit differently out here. Brian Schmidt, so much history on the Potomac River, one of the best to fish there. Very used to fishing in grass and very used to fishing in big crowds. Fish number 2 for Brian Schmidt.
Pound and a half, probably. Dude, I thought it was grass. I'm sitting there popping.
Let's get some more bonus coverage for you here. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with the day 1 leader, Tennessee's Brandon Lester. Spent all day 1 with Brandon Lester, put on quite the show, 23 pounds. And Brandon, that's the thing about Florida. One day is not the same as the next, but that's just something you got to deal with. It's part of the game, right?
It is. You know, I kind of went into survival mode a little bit yesterday. Caught 11 pounds. And, I mean, I'm only 14 ounces. I'm definitely not out of it yet. We'll see how the day goes.
Brandon, is this a deal today on semifinal Saturday where you're going to gamble a little bit more, or will you revisit where you did the bulk of that damage on day 1 Thursday?
I'm going to go back down there, but I'm going to change my timing up a little bit. Hey, real quick, Z, I was supposed to send you a picture yesterday. Well, I didn't get the picture to you, but here you go. Here you go. There's what I've done all the damage on all. And I'm sorry I didn't get that picture to you, but it's just a 6-inch soft stick worm, fluoralt, mustad flipping hook, 3/16 ounce mustad flipping weight. Just diving around at whatever I come to, man. I mean, that's how I've caught every single fish I've caught all week.
You made the comment after day 1, Brandon, that you felt like you always had enough time to get things done, and of course dealing with the pressure of one day not producing as well as the next. Keeping on that track is not the easiest thing to do, but you've been doing it for a long time now.
Yeah, that's the thing about Florida. You just got to take your time. Get in too big a hurry, you'll fish right over the top of them, especially when they're spawning. So it's real important to make a flip. Like these pads, I want to just go through here and just flip, but you got to flip it in there, kind of shake it, because a lot of these fish are actually spawning on these pads. So that's what I'm trying to do, just kind of go slow, and hopefully at some point today we'll run into a big one. Yesterday I never got a big bite all day, so hopefully today we'll run into a big one at some point.
Brandon Lester, thank you for your time today. Good luck. We'll let Brandon Fisher. We'll keep our eyes on Brandon Lester. He has a great special relationship with Florida. For all the ups and downs that relationship may cause him, he has gotten the better of the deal through the years.
Yeah, and really start to look at guys like David Mullins, who was fishing in Banana Cove.
It's dead on me again.
Starting to make his way out of there.
Right now, this
Scary proposition.
I know there's not a lot of fish on this point, but I'm going to just kind of hunker down for a few minutes just to see if I can get a big bite. One big bite puts us in a pretty good position to do what we want to do the rest of the day.
Buddy Gross having the benefit of that 5-fish limit that he did not until the end of the day yesterday. It took him all day long to catch his limit. He's going to be able to check a lot of areas that he did not have time yesterday.
Tom, you were mentioning Brandon Lester. We just hung up with him on our B&W Trailer Hitches bonus coverage, but we mentioned it yesterday. The last 10 events for Brandon Lester. He's in the top 35 in every event, and that is a 100-boat Elite Series field. That is a 225-boat Opens field, which is our semi-pro series that pros often jump down and fish to get warmed up for the year and whatnot. We see that in other sports like NASCAR and things like that.
Yes.
But this isn't just at the Harris Chain. This is at the St. Johns River, the Kissimmee Chain in Orlando, the Harris Chain where we are this week, Lake Okeechobee, 4 different main bodies of water in Florida, and all of them have been, in the last 10 trips, all of them have been a check, a top 15, or a win like we got to see earlier this year.
That is hard to do and most unusual. Yeah, hats off to Brandon Lester, now in his 7th year. The Bassmaster Elite Series.
And you do look for one of those. We got to cover Seth Feider last year, Clark Wendelet the year before. You look for one of those special years with Brandon Lester, as versatile as he is, all the way from Florida up to New York. Very, very good offshore fisherman.
My buddy talking about changes that are going on moment to moment. That's what you got to deal with, especially on the last 2 days of one of these Elite Series tournaments. Take it on over to Stetson Blaylock.
Well, we've got a limit, about 7 pounds maybe, not what we need. We definitely got a, I would call it a front. I don't know if it's not cold, but it's definitely quite a bit cooler than it was yesterday. Wind's totally blowing a different direction, which I know has some effect on these fish. I'm not real sure if the majority of the fish are not pulled up yet to feed, or if they're gone. That's the two. I've got other areas, but they're kind of off from here, and if I leave here, it's breezy. I mean, it's just, you can, it doesn't take long to get around these lakes, but I don't want to run off from here and try to go make it happen somewhere else and then feel like I should have stayed. Just a lot of variables that come into play when you know you need to catch. I mean, I need to catch 15 pounds. That's what I need to catch.
Stetson Blaylock talking about all those variables. Important among them, the weather, of course, as he just mentioned there. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us today's conditions, 71 degrees, low 48, a little colder this time around. Partly sunny, looks like mostly cloudy right now. Tomorrow, not much different on the weather. Go back to Stetson Blaylock, though. Yesterday was big for him.
Hey, Stetson Blaylock here. Just finished up day 2 at the Harris Chain. Changed up a little bit, went bed fishing, one of my favorite things to do. And about 30 minutes before I had to be in, I located the bass that you're looking for here, and was able to land that fish and make it back with 5 minutes to spare. And that was an 8-pound, 7-ounce fish. It was special. You know, this has been a really tough week. A lot of people know now that my wife lost her father-in-law, or her dad. I lost my father-in-law, but he was more than that to me. And he was a special man, and we're gonna miss him a lot. I hate that I'm not home with the family, but he would have wanted me to be here, and Lindsay wants me to be here. And so I'm gonna finish this tournament. You know, it's been a tough week. I'm excited to be fishing another day with a chance. You know, here in Florida, you just never really know what's gonna happen. And I'm excited to give it another try, see if we can't make another run at a top 10.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Bassmaster Live Day 3. This Bassmaster Elite event number 2 for 2022. The Harris Chain of lakes down here, and that is David Mullins, obviously having made a move right here, going to trust himself into the lock system for a little while, and that can cost you a little time.
Yeah, basically what that is, gang, that is a stop sign. You have to lock into different lakes here. One of the lakes is, and it's a smaller lock, the lock into Apopka, this one going into Griffin. David Mullins pulling the cord early. Banana Cove / Lane Park.
let's take a look at David Mullins, of course, our leader to start the day and yesterday as well in Skeeter Angler of the Year. That points race, season long, which is so important. And there is David Mullins right on top there. Stetson Blaylock joined the fray in a big way yesterday with that fantastic finish that we just saw in our last segment here. Terrific stuff from Stetson Blaylock, pushing through a hard time. Thoughts with him and his family right now. Micah, Frazier, Jake Whitaker having a great season so far. And Jamie Hartman tucked in right behind him. And speaking of Jamie Hartman, I'll show you something from just moments ago. The angler from Arkansas.
Gill flare coming up. Right there. There's that one below us. Shoot. Need to be about 4 times the size, bro. Come here.
Small males early this morning on these spawning beds, and the scary thing is those small males have been paired throughout this tournament with some really, really big Harris chain females.
Hey, off in the boat. Easy, 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 easy. Keep your skin on, tough guy. One, two, three, 4.
That's what a small limit looks like. Jamie Hartman getting his job done differently from anyone else we have visited with this morning. Tyler Rivette started the day in the top 10. Angler from South Louisiana. Great trip down here to Florida.
Can't tell. He's a big one. Oh, that ain't that big. He's swimming right at me the whole time. Ah, a little 2-pounder. Three.
Third fish for Tyler Rivette.
Tyler, good top 30 finish last week at the very challenging St. Johns River.
Bless you. There's one.
Blaylock.
It feels about the same, but it's hard to tell. No, it's a better one.
First 2
He's
box.
just barely hooked. Not that much better, but definitely a 2-pounder, finally. The old rogue strikes again. I may just have to back out and work this outer edge. Put him over here with this better one.
Say that's the first 2 box with Blaylock and Tyler Rivette, where we have not at least had one angler fishing in Banana Cove.
Yeah.
And I do think that's an interesting call, seeing David Mullins getting out of there early today, where generally when David Mullins leaves that cove that Jake Whitaker's in, Brian Schmidt, he usually has about 14 to 15 pounds. Not the case here on semifinal Saturday. And you could tell the fishing has slowed way, way down in there.
Thing is, it's been a rarity to catch one of the larger bass from that area. There's been several.
But I've seen this kind of a day when guys have been, 80 degrees, bed fishing, seeing them all over the place. And I'm not saying they won't still catch them because they're some of the best at it, but I've seen those fish act really weird in these conditions also. So it's kind of hard for me to want to scratch everything that I've been doing when this should be better. I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna catch 20 pounds doing this, but it should be better with these conditions than doing something like bed fishing, in my opinion, especially when you don't have them found. And I definitely did not find the right ones to feel confident that I can go do it and catch 3 or 4. Now, I think I can go find one good one somewhere throughout the day. But at this point, I feel like my best bet is to try to get a couple solid ones in this area right here, because I know there's a lot of bass here. Just got to run into the right size.
Here's Stetson Blaylock talking about
Well,
thinking
these
about
fish have
making
been
that move.
tight to the grass. They've been eating that Booyah XCS square bill really good, mixing in a vibrating jig, jerk bait a little bit, but I've kind of backed off, not necessarily that far because the grass ends, and I feel like they should stay somewhat close to the grass, the outer grass, not this Kissimmee grass, but I'm just trying to work it slow and out just a little bit just to see if maybe they're roaming because it's cloudy and windy. I'm not real sure. I'm not real sure what to expect, other than I know I was hoping I could get a couple nice ones early, and we did not. We did not get a single nice one this morning. Both days that I've been right here, I've caught some 3+ pounders, and hadn't happened yet today, which, I mean, it's fishing. We never know what's going to happen and when it could change and get better. And I caught them on several passes here in the last few days, so it's hard for me to want to run off and leave this without giving it several chances, honestly, because it's one of the only areas that I have that's close. If I bail on this, we're running, and I really don't want to do that, but I will if I have to try to upgrade enough to make the top 10. I mean, overall, I'm getting about the same number of bites, just not catching the quality at all yet.
Stetson Blaylock, good early limit. Not a huge limit, but always important to get that job out of the way.
Actually watching Jamie Hartman in your left-hand corner, who's been sight fishing today. It's not Buddy Gross, but the one thing about what he's doing is we are supposed to, on that TH Marine weather report, we are supposed to get really high skies in the next hour or two. And yesterday, got to see some of the bigger sight fishing spawning bass caught between noon and really our weigh-in. But the biggest problem in this, look, man, the bass in the state of Florida are a lot like the people. They like it warm and sunny, and when it's like this, that sight fishing that's a very, very hard proposition to make work.
And if you're just joining in with us today, of course, all the lead up to this tournament, the chatter was about sight fishing. Big fish tournament fought out on the banks with spawning fish, and it has not turned out that way.
Golly, look at that gizzard hanging out of that thing's mouth.
There's the smallest fish is less than a pound, so that will help. Buddy Gross right there. You are allowed to cull upwards if you have your 5-fish limit. If you catch one that's bigger, you can replace a smaller one.
Gosh, you just feel like this weather, this day is really set up for Buddy Gross right now.
A lot of different ways to get the job done. Different character to some of these places that have played big time
over the first 2 days of competition. We will see if those changes continue to evolve during the course of the day. As Mark Zona mentioned, the weather will change, the look of the sky will change. That could change the fishing. Much, much more on the way from the Harris chain.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Hey guys, Micah, Frazier here. It's day 2 at the Harris Chain, the Bassmasters Elite Series. I had 23-14 today, the big bag of the tournament, and caught them all on a Berkeley Stunner. Pretty awesome jerk bait. I caught an 8-10 this morning on it. That was my first fish of the morning. Started the day off right, and I just whacked them all day on it, man. It was a lot of fun. I'm not going to change anything tomorrow. I'm going to go back to the same area and do the same thing, and I'm really looking forward to getting back out there. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
There he is, the holder of the VMC Monster Bag of the tournament, Micah Frazier, and that's where we are, takeoff in beautiful Leesburg, Florida. But to be honest, it does not feel a lot like Florida right now. Hard to believe, Davey Height, but sweltering weather the last few days, and right now I can't wait to get a sweater on, because it really is. I mean, it's a lot colder than they even predicted, I believe.
It certainly is. I looked at the weather even this morning right before I walked out, and it was 68 degrees, high today of 70, so I didn't bring a sweater, but I had to go get one also. A lot cooler, about a 10-mile-an-hour wind that's definitely coming from the north.
Other than our ill-preparedness for sweaters, I mean, a great day, a great tournament. 47 anglers left in the field, and the goal is to get into the top 10. A guy who's had a great start to the season in both Florida stops, Tyler Rivette, just a few weeks away from his very first Bassmaster Classic, but watching him out on the water live, currently in 12th place from Louisiana, and I believe it is Mardi Gras, is it not, Davey Height?
It is. Mardi Gras right now for Tyler Rivette. He's hooked up.
I got a bigger one sitting right on the grass, I can see. Oh, man. What is this? Number 4? Number 4, right? Yep.
All right. Now over to a 2-time Elite Series champion, Jamie Hartman. And, man, he really seems like he's got his mojo back.
He does. You can tell it this week. And he's one of the few anglers that are actually sight fishing today. We thought coming into this event that we would see probably 7 or 8 of our top 10 sight fishing, and it's been just the opposite. 7 of our top 10 are fishing offshore, but Jamie Hartman is doing really well currently in 8th place.
Well,
so that's the male that he has right there. He just caught. He's looking. See where the female is. It's probably a lot bigger.
Man, dude, I got too many littles.
Hummingbird bird's eye view shot there. Harris Chain built up of 8 different lakes, and we're looking at our tournament leader, Buddy Gross, right now.
Yeah, Buddy Gross, you see here, he's not fishing up in that Kissimmee grass. He's fishing offshore, but he's fishing very, very, very close to that shoreline vegetation. He's fishing similar bottom content, I guess. The other anglers are fishing in this area that we're calling Banana Cove, but he's fishing a lot closer to the shoreline, and he's, currently in first place, had a lot better start this morning than the first morning. Yesterday was a lot slower for him than the first day of the event where he caught 50 keepers.
Just barely a keeper, so we just did a little bit of upgrading. I seen several more down there. We're going to fish it for just a little bit. I kind of waiting this cloud cover to come on out so we can go do some different stuff today, but we got a good start today compared to what we've been getting, so I feel good about the day. I think I'm getting less and less fish, but that's why I'm wanting to change some stuff up, try to go find something else. At the same time, I'm trying to pick up a big one. I'm just going to try to fish some bigger, what I think bigger fish like to hang on, isolated stuff that's not getting a lot of pressure and just try to get one bite off some of these places and hope it's a big one. We're gonna need a big one to get where we need to be. I'd like to catch one more good solid 2.5, 3 pounder, and then we'll just go fishing for a while.
Buddy Gross added a little bit of insult to injury this morning at takeoff. The second half of our flight goes out 30 minutes after the first half. So they have to sit there for 30 minutes while they know the leader's out fishing. But it got worse this time because you could actually see our Jumbotron, the boats that were waiting to take off, so they actually got to watch Buddy Gross catch a few fish. So the longest 30 minutes in professional sports probably felt a little longer.
Absolutely. So it's interesting, and if you don't keep up with the Bassmaster tournaments, we can only weigh in 5 fish, your 5 largest fish. Yesterday was a lot slower for Buddy. At this point, he only had 2 fish in his live well, but they were both about 5 pounds each, so he had 10 pounds, but he still could, put 3 more fish in there. Today seems like a lot better start for him because he caught his limit in short fashion, but actually he was better off, in my opinion, yesterday with those 2 larger fish in there.
Yeah, those are 2 that you want to bring in. And speaking of wanting to bring in, let's bring in 9-time Classic qualifier Bernie Schultz having a good event in his home state of Florida.
There we go.
First keeper there for Bernie Schultz. A little slower start this morning
for
him, but still a lot of fishing time.
Start.
Seen some keeper fish, and but Florida, people come here for one reason, Davey Height, and that is the giant bite. And this from the Schmidt earlier today.
Sure.
Wow.
Whoa! I'd say he's 8. Ruko shad. God. Come on.
Wow. What a way to get your day started. Now, this is very similar to what we were talking about with Buddy Gross. He hasn't caught the numbers of fish today, but that 8-pounder goes a very long way.
Very, very long way for the Elite Series champion. Took that win on Lake Champlain. Let's check in with him live.
We got a heck of a start, guys. We got one of those very hard to get big bites. First thing this morning, we got a couple other fish. We got 3 fish. Had a couple other bites. Really just trying to get in a groove here today and see if we can't fill the limit out. If we can get a couple nice bites today, we should be all right. But they're being a little tricky for me today so far. This weather is ideal for offshore grass. They should be absolutely chewing. We just like I said, we just got to get in a little bit of a groove and everything should work out just fine.
I would assume the big upside of that giant fish, outside of just having that giant fish, is it gives you the confidence to keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. Had he not caught that 8-pounder, he would be second-guessing himself right now.
Not second-guessing one bit. A giant fish for Brian Schmidt Here on the second stop of the Elite Series, the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. They're all trying to chase down our Day 2 leader, Buddy Gross, with 53 pounds, 11 ounces. We are in the land of giants, and we'll be back with a few more in just a few minutes.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Kenta, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here, Venetian Gardens, and we are on the shores of the beautiful Harris Chain in Leesburg, Florida, for Day 3, Stop 2 of 2022, the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite. You can see, just like that, our leaderboard continues to change. Up on top, still Buddy Gross, but our Angler of the Year leader, David Mullins, is continuing to pad that lead, moves into second place.
David Mullins he's been right there all week, but for some reason we haven't been talking about him. We love David Mullins, but he is just sneaky close and having a good start at St. John's River, backing it up here this week.
To Brian Schmidt on the water. We saw him moments ago with that giant fish. And hooked up again.
Like he was fishing a worm, some soft plastic. We haven't seen him do that. Solid keeper there for him. Keeper number 4.
Is that switch up due to pressure, or you just think changing conditions?
Both, but it's day 1 he caught his 5 fish limit and 5 casts. Yesterday it wasn't quite, maybe 15 or 20 casts, but today it's much slower. But he's smiling because he's got an 8-pounder in his live well. You don't have to catch 30 a day. You just have to catch 5 quality fish.
Over to Bassmaster Classic qualifier Tyler Rivette, and as I said, 2 great back-to-back events to kick off the 2022 season here in Florida for Tyler Rivette, the young pro from Louisiana.
Yo. That's how the 7-pounder should have been hooked. Dang it. Is that number 5?
Tyler off to a lot better start than yesterday. He said he only had 2 in his live well at noon yesterday.
Now back over to Bernie Schultz from Gainesville, Florida. Last time we saw him in the mix in contention, obviously, was when we were on the St. Lawrence River. But this is his home state, and he knows how to catch these Florida bass.
Yeah, Bernie Schultz fishing here in the early 90s, fishing the mega bucks here around Leesburg.
Pound 3/4, pound 10.
Bernie, similar to Tyler Rivette, caught the bigger fish that really helped him a lot later in the day yesterday. So both of them off to a good solid start this morning.
Back to Jamie, the Hammer Hartman. And I said he's found his mojo again, but he he said it on stage a bunch of times last year. It was just an off year for him. What does that feel like, Davey, when you get it back? We talk.
Oh man, it ain't even that big either. He's gonna bite it. Oh shit, there's 2 more. Come on, bite it, come on. That's a good one. Not a big one. That's better.
That's a solid fish there for Jamie
better.
Hartman.
There's another
Obviously
one on there,
looking
too.
at several fish on a bed there.
Yep, there's still one more. It's right in the middle of it. What did I say? Number 2.
Now let's check in with 5-time Classic qualifier Micah Frazier. Another guy who's had success in the Thousand Islands. Took his victory in Waddington, New York.
As you can see there, he's fishing in that area that's so popular. You see about 5 boats there just in that one angle of the camera. Here he is hooked up. Small fish. He had big fish yesterday, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, giant. 8 and change.
Almost 9 pounder. 8 plus. Those are the ones that make the difference.
Yeah, it takes an awful lot of those ones in his hand to
Yes.
catch up to that one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, it'd take your whole limit of those that size to catch up that one. That's why it's so important, especially here in Florida, to have at least one fish like Brian Schmidt's got in his live well.
And I have to feel with the guys fishing offshore, it's less controllable almost. Like Schmidt said, that's so hard to get that bigger bite. The sight anglers, I mean, they can keep looking for a bigger fish, but it looks like these guys are birding through a lot of small fish to get the bigger bite.
Yeah, they really are, and oftentimes you might see 2 fish on a bed, and one be the male, and it be a 1.5 pounds, maybe a 2 pounder, and the larger female, and you catch that first fish, and it's almost always the male, and oftentimes that female will leave, and you just don't ever even see it again. So that's what you have to deal with when you're doing what Jamie Hartman is here. But he's having a good day. For it to be low light conditions like it is, he's doing well just sight fishing this morning.
We talked about our Angler of the Year leader, David Mullins, and something really cool that he's doing today. And he's leading Angler of the Year. He was very close to the late, great Aaron Martins. And so many of us. He's wearing his jersey is Aaron's colors today.
Oh, wow.
And it really, he said when he put it on this morning, he couldn't help but tear up. And
that's special.
It's very special and very cool.
Very special.
Aaron and Leslie really took the Mullins under their wing when he first joined the elites, and
I think it's small too.
as they did to so many.
It's got to be. Oh yeah, it's small. Don't even bite it. Don't waste my bait.
Keeping our eye on Jamie Hartman and the rest of the field, but it all concludes this afternoon at our weigh-in, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We got to whittle this 47 down to our top 10. Inside the top 10 right now, a guy to keep an eye on, Rick Clunn. How awesome would it be to have him in our top 10 once again here in Florida? Normally funny, sunny Florida. It's a little funny this week, under the weather, but we'll be right back, not just with us, but with the guys at Marathon Studio.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Tonight, the Washington Huskies travel to Westwood for a Pac-12 showdown against Johnny Juzang and 13th-ranked UCLA. The West Coast action begins tonight at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Yet another big sports weekend. Perfect time of year for that. Perfect time of the year to head down to the Sunshine State of Florida, and that's where we are for the second week in a row of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Harris chain of lakes. It's been a decade since the elites have been here, but so much history tied up in this place. Giant Lake Apopka. Everything flows out of there, feeds the other reservoirs there. Buddy Gross hanging on to that lead he started the day with. Hey, hats off to Buddy.
Exactly right. Yesterday, very, very slow for Buddy Gross, yet retaining the lead after the day 2 weigh-in. And this was earlier today with Buddy Gross pitching a Spro lipless 3/4 ounce crankbait, lipless crankbait, something that we've seen him do many, many times before on a lot of our offshore tournaments. And this is kind of a mid-range offshore tournament. It's all relative, about, call it 4 to 10 feet of water for Buddy Gross. And the one thing you could say about the Harris chain, this place has made a big turnaround. A lot of history with the Bassmasters here. If you remember all the way back to the early 90s, Tommy Sanders, there was a tournament, a California angler, I believe, but what might have been Arizona, Mike Folkstead winning a tournament here with like 8 to 12 pounds a day.
Oh.
You talk to guys like Bernie Schultz that have grown up fishing the Harris chain, probably fishing as good, if not better, than it has in years past. Right now, both with a big morning and really a lot of room to grow with a 5 bass limit already in his live well.
He started out early today with plenty of fireworks. The most loud explosion of all, served up by Brian Schmidt. Man, oh man, look at this catch from about the first 12 minutes of fishing.
Whoa! I'd say he's 8.
8-pounder for Brian Schmidt early this morning. Took a little while to get traction in Brian Schmidt's boat. And the one thing that we've been watching in this Lane Park area / Banana Cove is it has definitely slowed down. Brian Schmidt has 4 bass in his live well. David Mullins catching a limit and bailing on this area. And one thing that can be said is it's a lot slower. Rick Klun, also fishing this general region, has a 5 bass limit, a lot smaller. But really looking at Ray Hanselman, taking a look at Jake Whitaker, definitely a lot slower. And that's the one thing that Davey Height said. For the rest of the competitors in the field, they're going to need this Banana Cove to slow down. And so far, at least, well, it has done that.
But as you pointed out a moment ago, Z, David Mullins is not going to stick around and watch it go down to 0, that's for sure. Making a move shortly after this limit here. David Mullins in a brand new setup. This is live.
Yes, sir. That's a good one. That's a good one. Come on. Where you at? He's got one hook. There we go. There we go. It's a little better. Huh? Huh?
Is a good call for David Mullins. One thing we've seen David Mullins switching up baits, and he's been a little bit elusive showing that bait that he's been throwing so far today.
Okay.
Grebe.
No, that's not those are turkey vultures.
That is a
vultures.
That is a ticked off grebe right there, Tommy.
Ooh. Back to Jamie Hartman. Keeping these spawning, these bedfish honest today. Been a good source of entertainment. Good stuff.
Yeah, not big ones that he's had locked on, but definitely fun to watch.
You can see him there.
This one looks like
See it moving?
Wants to play a little.
Ooh, we got a big mover, Josh
Keep
Strasner.
that male from biting it.
Josh Strasner from 32nd to 7th place. He's got 14.5 on the day.
Yes. Strasner fishing right around the corner from our leader buddy Gross. Stayed there all day yesterday. Caught a big bag.
Biggest one if I can catch it.
Suit, you were talking about one indication of how catchable a bedding bass is, or how long.
Yes.
See
you can see them doing the circles. If they do big circles, it might take a little longer. When they do those tight little turns, the little U-turn 90 degrees real quick, oftentimes within their own bed, shows that they're getting closer and closer.
I think if I catch the male, I can still catch the female.
Howdy, folks.
Bimini top in full effect on semifinal Saturday.
Dang right.
I can't see her. I see her. She's nosing on it. He's got it. He's got it again. Ah, man, I can't keep him off of it, dude. Oh, she's on it. Come on, bite it, bite it, bite it, bite it. Oh my God, look what's coming. Oh my gosh.
Heard Hartman make the comment, the male, the smaller bass had it. That wouldn't help him. The bigger female is what he's concentrating on. There he is.
Oh,
there they are.
He said, look what's coming. I thought it was going to be a 10-pounder, but no, it's a the tour to kayaks over here.
Welcome to Camp Hartman.
Turn 4.
Yeah.
That's something else.
Stop, I'm trying to see. Oh, man, he's got it in his mouth right now. Well, that's him. I didn't know she swam the same way, dude. I think she'll bite it still.
Be interesting to see if that female locks on, catching the smaller, but I mean, it is a T-I-M-E.
Morning.
Just south of Leesburg. I mean, let's meet down by the boat ramp. Yes, sir.
There's plenty of them around.
It is one of those things where you sometimes can catch the male and the female will bite immediately. Sometimes you catch the male and the female will get more stubborn, and it makes it more impossible to catch that.
It's like they all bought them at the same store. They're all the same color kayaks, too, which is
it might be
killer.
rented.
Rule number 2, every camper is responsible for your paddle.
Yes. Yep.
Hey, it's better than jet skis.
They did give them. They gave them a lot of room. I'm not going to lie. They were cool kayaks.
Respectful folks. We'll keep our eye on this. Jamie Hartman now concentrating on the female, the bigger fish. Let's get back over to Brian Schmidt. Big fish early on today, really big fish.
Five fish.
Well, he didn't. He had the big one early, and now he's got his limit. So Brian Schmidt looking really, really good at this point in time. Ronnie, we've been looking for some knowledge, some essential knowledge.
Don't
only
you worry.
have the power to deliver that. Could you please comply?
Don't you worry, Tommy. I will drop some knowledge at the Screen of Knowledge today because I am in a great mood when it comes to Rapala, Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, and Mercury Drain the Lake. We had a really tough St. Johns River event. I will say I had a really tough St. Johns River event. Such and Tommy both beat me and took me to the woodshed in the first event for fantasy fishing. But when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake for week 2 of the season, I will say that I'm gaining a lot of valuable points back. And one way you do that in Mercury Drain the Lake, it's an 8-man lineup, Z, and for folks tuning in who don't know necessarily how to play the game, we have 2 different game modes. One has a 5-person team. They're kind of divided up based on their standings for the season. You have about 20 anglers in each bucket. You pick 1 from each bucket, and you move on to the next event, and you can still pick those guys. But in Drain the Lake, you have 8 people. When you pick them once for the year, you can't pick them again. It's a very strategic, almost like the Eliminator Challenge. You pick a football team to win. Once they play that game, you can no longer pick them. I picked these 8 guys this week, and it's paid off because all 8 have made the top 47 cut and are fishing today. That is a feat that it will help you gain a lot of points. But Drew Benton, Drew Cook had a huge comeback yesterday. John Cox has been in our top 25 for most of the events. So has Jacob Porosnik. Ray Hanselman sitting in the top 2 coming into today. Clifford Perch with the biggest bass of the event yesterday in 8:13. Matt Herron with a huge comeback. And today, Josh Strassner making a big move up the leaderboard. So gaining a lot of valuable points for the king of fantasy fishing, Z. And when you're thinking about that, not only do you want them to perform well in the standings overall, but you get a couple bonus points if you have the biggest bag of the event or the biggest bass of the event. Clifford Perch, I mentioned it, in 8:13 yesterday. That is the Phoenix Boats big bass of the event. That'll get you extra points if that holds up for the rest of the tournament, 2 more days. And Micah Frazier, he's in our camera coverage today. 23 pounds, 14 ounces for him, the biggest bag of the event, the VMC Monster Bag. So, Z, I'm riding really high this Saturday morning about my team. I will say that.
You definitely are, killing it in the Mercury Drain the Lake. I noticed you're a little elusive about your Rapala fantasy team that may be weak in.
I got 3 of my 5 of the Rapala fantasy fishing team in the cut today. One of them, around the top 10. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, a little bad at the bottom end, but real good at the top end.
Big-time players like Ronnie can dig themselves out of holes in short notice there, so hats off to you.
I don't feel like we got the whole story right there.
You may be right.
Sanders.
You may well be right.
I always tell the truth, especially when it comes to profiting on this.
Our unofficial leaderboard tells a lot of the story of what's going on over 3 days here. We're not quite yet to the halfway point in day number 3. And Buddy Gross hanging in there with the lead, but David Mullins with that last one right there kind of validated his move. We'll be back to check on him later.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
What's up, guys? Jake Whitaker. We are at the second stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series here at the Harris Chain. I've had 2 really good days of fishing. Right now we're in the top 10, but I can't ask for any more than what's going on this week. I've been throwing around my jackhammer with my big bite bait swim on. Again, there's a bunch of fish in there. A lot of those fish are pre-spawners. And the weather's gonna be good, but I'm really looking forward to getting out there tomorrow and seeing what happens. So you guys make sure you stay tuned, watch on Bass Live, see if we can't catch us another big sack of bass.
Thank you, Jake, the former college national champion. Had a great day yesterday, spent a good bit of time on top of the leaderboard, in fact, on day number 2 as we make our way down to Jake. He has been the thick of it, that big crowd there on Harris, and he is hanging in there. Slow day, though, so far.
Okay. I think the pressure has finally got to this place. There's still fish here, but they are being very picky this morning. I don't know if the cloud cover and the weather has anything to do with it. It's possible, but I think at some point something's going to click and they're going to start biting. But right now it's pretty slow. I've had several bites on this swimming worm, but they're just slapping at it. They're not eating it. So we're going to get it in front of the right one here in a little bit. We've got everybody and their brother again out here fishing. We've got locals. There must be a tournament getting ready this guy's practicing for, and they're just having a good time. But so are we. We're going to catch them.
It has been slow going for Jake Whitaker, and there are only 2 bass. You look at guys like Jake Whitaker, Bernie Schultz, Rick Clunn to an extent. Rick Clunn still has his 5 bass limit, but off the pace of days 1 and 2.
There she is.
Jake Whitaker making the comment that the pressure has definitely caught up. And looking at that Bass Pro Shops top lures, it's been across the board. A swimming worm, a bladed jig, a lipless crankbait. One of the things, Ronnie, that we got to hear with Bernie Schultz getting a little bit of love from Rick Clunn yesterday. Rick Clunn said you need a bigger crankbait, more of a 2.5 size.
That hook takes up the whole thing. It ain't even that big.
Which saved Bernie Schultz on day 2 with a little love from Rick Clunn.
See it right here, swimming out, way out.
Z, what could Kenta Kimura be doing differently in that area? He's up to 4th place from 12th. He's got 14 pounds. He just had Sago on him. He's caught about 20 fish and says the fishing's going to get better.
Yeah, and it's really Kenta Kimura and Josh Strassner that have led the pack out of there today. And you can also throw David Williams, who's kind of snuck in the mix, who has not fished there as much as the other anglers. But across the board, it's obvious that Kimura, Strassner, Buddy Gross, for an extent, seems a lot of the guys that are a little bit Such on the outskirts of where that core has been. Hartman hooked up live.
Gosh, dang it. She come to me. She come jumping to me.
Well, it's no fun when you spend a lot of time sight fishing one for over a half hour and not in the boat for Jamie Hartman.
She come right to me and jumped off. 3-something pounder. Thank you. So a bad angle, and she bit it and come right to me instead of going away or sideways or anything but the way she went. Thank you. I got spectators in the window up there with binoculars. Either spectators or haters, one or the other. She done now. That's game, set, match for that one. She long gone. Who they are?
Heard Jamie Hartman make the comment.
Oh, it's not even there.
I spying that fish.
It's gonna be a while before, if it comes back, it's pretty aggressive, but if it comes back, no.
If it comes back, one of them kayakers gonna be locked in on that jack.
No, surely not. Tough place to set up for a mano battle with a bad fish. A lot of company in there. B&W Trailer Hitch is live on the line. Let's bring you some bonus coverage. Man, doing very well today. Brandon Cobb. Brandon, things going pretty smooth so far. Do you expect that pace to continue?
Yeah, I've actually been catching a lot of fish. I'm just catching some fish, pulling up the phone. You know, it's too dirty. With the lack of grass in here, it's so dirty I can't see them. So I'm just kind of blind flipping like where I expect them to phone. And I've been catching a lot of fish. Actually, I've been catching most of my better ones in the afternoon, though. I've been catching a lot of like pound and a halfers in the morning. I actually had a couple good bites, or one good bite, a 4-something this morning, and a couple 2-pounders. So it's started a lot better than expected, really. I kind of expected anything I caught substantial to be in the afternoon. So kind of ahead of the curve right now. We'll see if it continues.
these areas where you're catching these males, Brandon, early in the day, are you able to go back through those same areas and catch females as the day goes on?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, the same areas I'm catching the males all day are definitely some females pulling up later. It's actually weird. Is every time I've ever gotten this type of flipping situation, you would flip in, catch one, probably catch a male most of the time, and then you could flip immediately back and catch a female. If you got a second bite, like, oh, this is one. What's weird this week, it hadn't been like that. I have not, maybe once or twice have I caught 2 fish in a row, like definitely paired on the bed. Everything just seems to be singles, and a lot of times I might catch a female. Like I caught that 4-pounder earlier, never caught a buck on that. I'm 90% sure that fish was spawning, but never caught the buck. So I don't really understand why they don't seem to be in pairs. But as long as the females keep pulling in the afternoon, I'm okay with it.
Brandon, obviously you're having a great event here, but we are going to your house. We're headed to the Bassmaster Classic, biggest event in Bass. Did you, throughout these tournaments, every now and then, just kind of, you're going to be one of the favorites? Are you like, wow, we're going to my house for the biggest title there is?
Yeah, it's definitely hard to not think about it, but I've been trying to focus on, I got to do well in these two to make the Classic next year, and I've been trying to think about that. But it's definitely excited to get to the house. The only thing is, I mean, being local is a lot more pressure on you. Number one, makes it a little more stressful tournament. Not just Classic, not stressful enough anyway. But the one thing is, if it was other times of the year on Hartwell, like let's say early summer or something like that, I would probably not be able to sleep because I consider that my strongest time out there. Spawn and after spawn, pre-spawn, I definitely know the lake well, but it's I'm excited, but don't really have any. I haven't. My track record in March isn't as good as it would be in May or June. So we'll see what happens. But I'm definitely excited to get up there.
Thank you so much, Brandon. Anxious to see what happens with you on a good track on this day number 3. Brandon Cobb from the Clemson, former Clemson College bass fishing team guy. Of course, Clemson on the shores of Lake Hartwell. Absolutely will be at home there and will be one of the favorites. Buddy Gross.
I think in not so many words, he did sound very excited we were going to his house in a couple of weeks.
Hard to tell at this point. We will know all before too much time has passed. Buddy Gross, though, on top now. David Mullins cutting into that lead significantly. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
So great after more than a decade to have the elites back here on the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida. Is our fantastic host city. Lake County, of course, a lot of lake counties in these here United States, but they're serious about it here at the Harris Chain. Man, they are all about these fantastic natural lakes flowing into one another. You can move from one to another. It's not always easy, can be time consuming, and we talk about moves. Let's talk about Brian Schmidt. He made a giant move, Mark Zona, early on today.
Exactly, Tommy Sanders. Mercury move of the day so far for Brian Schmidt. It really isn't that he has moved around a lot on the Harris Chain the entire tournament. Brian Schmidt kind of bunkering in so far this event. Banana Cove starting this day with a 8-pounder, and really if he just cradles that one bite early today, the Mercury move of the day right now is going to be Brian Schmidt up the leaderboard from 10th place all the way sitting officially in 3rd. Like we said, if he cradles that giant bite that he got early with 2.5 to a 3.5 pound average, very, very solid. And with a lot of the other anglers in that area starting to fall down the standings. Of the day, Brian Schmidt from Maryland, great grass fisherman and very, very used to fishing around a lot of other boats. The interesting thing with Brian Schmidt, who's come out firing really the first 2 days of this tournament, it's been way more spread out for him today. Obviously has something figured out in Banana Cove, the Mercury move of the day. Brian Schmidt so far with unofficially 16.5 pounds.
Excellent job trying to position himself for a run at his second Bassmaster Elite Series championship. He won last year up in Lake Champlain, New York and Vermont. And now out to Brian Schmidt live.
And obviously that area right there getting a lot of attention. Tomorrow should be a lot less traffic right there, because there's just a lot of guys in there right now that if they don't get something going this afternoon, they will not be there tomorrow.
One of the really legendary anglers up in the Delmarva, Pennsylvania, Chesapeake Bay area. And he said yesterday, day one, first day, he said, all these people around here, love it. Love the look, love the vegetation. This is Potomac 101 for me.
This is exactly like that. He won an event, a semi-pro event on the Kissimmee chain not far from here. Offshore grass, same principle. Brian Schmidt's just one of the best. It's an art to him, fishing offshore grass. He does the same thing at Lake Champlain in New York as well.
Yeah, and if you go off the history of where he grew up on the Potomac River, dude has been so dominant by that body of water. Buddy Gross hooked up.
Every time I've ever broke a rod, it's been on a little fish. That don't usually happen to my rods. Matter of fact, that might be the first one I ever broke on a hook set.
But old school areas on the Potomac River from years past, Arkandale Flats, you'd have tournaments, Tommy, that were like this.
Oh,
where
yeah.
You'd have 40% of the field fishing those grass flats, and it's really two things: is finding the needle in the haystack, the sweet spot, and then really throughout a tournament, when they get conditioned to one bait, is bait adjustments. Brian Schmidt, very used to that style fishing.
Jesus.
Wish my wife could sing that. She says, how come you gotta have so many rods? Well, right there's why, just in case. You never know.
We had a chance to look in on Brandon Cobb, have a conversation with Brandon, having a good day out there. And of course, we couldn't help but talk about a little bit of looking forward to a week and a half from now, Mark Zona, the Bassmaster Classic on Lake Hartwell. I think this will be our fourth
Wow, is
visit
it really
there.
a week and a half from now?
Yeah, it is. I'm not ready, but I'm going to be. I'm going to be ready.
You know, one of the things talking to Brandon Cobb, who absolutely destroyed that lake the last time we were there, kind of blew the field away and showed his knowledge of the upper end of Hartwell. Only problem this time around, the Bassmaster Classic is a lot different than a usual Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. He will be the favorite, and he will have a lot of spectator boats throughout that event.
Well, the Bassmaster Classic, it is the most important single tournament by a long shot, because it is
music.
The World Championship.
music.
Yeah, the majesty of that music right there. Hank Cherry, how about Hank Cherry? Looking to be the first Bassmaster angler to win 3 classics in a row. The very first three-peat could be done there at Lake Hartwell, Greenville, South Carolina, March 4th, 5th, and 6th. 3-day tournament's always been magic. And we just cannot wait to crown a new champion, or maybe recrown the existing champ. That's coming up. We'll be back with more from the Harris Chain.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Day number 3. Semi-final Saturday. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day. Let's look at another top 10 list. A very important points race each and every year is Falcon Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. Jay Shakura from Wisconsin on top of that leaderboard right now. Great tournament last week for Masa Matsushita, Joseph Webster, Jonathan Kelly, and Cody Huff.
Jay Shakura, he's going to leave with the Rookie of the Year lead as well. He's the only angler from the rookie group to make the cut today, and he was in 47th, can only gain points on his Rookie of the Year lead.
Let's take this opportunity to go right now to a Big-time on-site observer there, the eyes that we love to have on this tournament. Davey, Height, and Davey, we look at what's going down. Still, the majority of our anglers, I think Ronnie just pointed out, still there in Harris Lake. How much longer is that going to hold out, and what do you see happening this afternoon? Very important afternoon.
Yeah, Tommy, you can already see that the pressure is really taking its toll on that one area, about 100 acres where a lot of our anglers are fishing, especially the ones that have been catching the majority of the fish. 7 of the top 10 anglers fishing in that one area with all these different lakes and all this beautiful vegetation to fish along the shoreline. Most of these fishermen that have done well this week are fishing offshore, and a lot of them in that area. And you already see people like Brian Schmidt. He was very fortunate to catch that 8-pounder this morning. That's really going to help him this afternoon in the weigh-in. But you can see him mixing up baits, using a bigger variety of baits than he has been the last few days. It's just been a jerk bait and a lipless crankbait, but seeing him throw soft plastics and doing some other things. And that's going to be the key now that those fish have been pressured. Which anglers can figure out the baits that they need to change up to get these fish to bite this afternoon?
You know, the interesting thing, Davey, looking at our unofficial standings right now, you see guys like Kenta Kimura, David Mullins, Brian Schmidt, Josh Strassner. It's almost like it was way more spread out where everybody kind of caught them on days 1 and 2. Now it's only a handful of anglers that have kind of figured out that the little bait changes, the little needle in a haystack, and you're starting to see a big separation from who has caught them there and who has absolutely not here on semifinal Saturday.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Z. The first day especially, almost every angler that was in that area came in with a good solid 5-fish limit of bass. Yesterday there was a few anglers that didn't, but today, percentage-wise, there's more anglers not really catching them very good than there are anglers that are catching them. And, you know, it's very stressful to fish a 4-day event when you're fishing around a group of people like that. But it's also very satisfying if you are able to win a tournament and you actually outfish that many people fishing around you, fishing the same patches of hydrilla, the same shell beds. Is very gratifying as an angler if you're able to come out on top in a situation like that.
Davey, we were just looking at the rookie watch here a second ago. Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin, probably not that familiar with the Florida waters and doing a lot of damage, but if you also looked at the bottom of that rookie watch, there was some guys that basically got their woodshed comeuppance, as Tommy Sanders would say. I mean, Florida was not kind to them. Now we have, and you were a rookie on the Bassmasters several days ago, years ago. Talk about with having this off period, if you did not perform in these 2 events in Florida on FS1, how hard that layoff is.
Oh, it's very, very difficult. And you see rookie anglers do better now when they go travel throughout the country fishing because we have the high school and the college angling. But there's a learning curve down in Florida. There really, really is. And it makes it tough on anglers that haven't been down here, maybe ever in their life. But if you don't get off to a good start on the Bassmaster Elite Series, these first 2 events back-to-back, it is so frustrating. And for the ones not participating in the Bassmaster Classic, like most of the rookies aren't for sure, it is so tough mentally. You know that, man, I have dug myself a hole and I've got to get out of it, because everyone's goal at the beginning of the year is to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. As the year unfolds, people start thinking about AOY and Rookie of the Year, that sort of thing. But everyone wants to qualify for next year's Bassmaster Classic. And if you didn't have 2 good tournaments down here, you've dug yourself a hole, so you have to come back. So mentally, it's really, really tough, but somehow you've got to pull through it.
Davey, great stuff as always. Thank you so much. More of Davey Height as we go through the day. We're always on it. Since we hit the ground in Florida, we've been looking for VMC on point, that recognition. And who's the candidate we've got pointed out right now? It's Kenta Kimura. And Z, I will say that we just visited with him, and he says, I like it here. I think it's going to get better here. And he promptly catches a 6-pounder to change up the leaderboard.
Kenta Kimura, somebody that we have not had a ton on Bassmaster Live. Looks like we're going to have him on Championship Sunday. And as Ron Moore said, Ron Moore covering Kenta Kimura throughout his Opens career, starting to learn when the Bass are offshore, he is a major, major player. That is your VMC on point. Going to actually head back up to our takeoff area in Leesburg with Jamie Hartman. Go ahead, Ron Moore.
I was going to say, it's not only when they're offshore, it's when you can power fish them with moving baits. Kenta Kimura is really strong at that. Masayuki Matsushita we saw last week, but he's a great offshore angler with slow presentation. So a little bit of diverse techniques between those two guys.
That's too small, bro. It's too dang small.
Oh boy.
Is this a camera guy?
Yeah. They're coming to get a piece of that hot apple pie, Jamie Hartman.
No.
Coming for you,
kids.
Jack. Uh-huh. I'm in a boat.
Stop. What now? Is this something you expected? Jamie Hartman spending his whole morning doing this right here? A guy who can get around some grass and absolutely clean a place out. Yet he's keeping these beds honest.
Well, one of the best offshore fishermen in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he started offshore yesterday and then ended up all the way down in Apopka where he made some upgrades. But no, I did not see him sight fishing this morning just around the corner from takeoff. Gonna head back over to Banana Cove with Ray Hanselman. A little bit slower today so far for Hanselman.
And if you look at the background there, Tommy, it looks exactly like where Blaylock caught that 8.5 pounder. They're starting to pull up in that region.
Good point. See what this one is.
Easy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Woo. That'll help. That'll offset that 12-incher.
Boy, you're seeing the guys that are doing different stuff in Banana Cove excelling.
What?
Oh,
yeah.
It is time. And interestingly enough, at least here on Bassmaster Live today, semifinal Saturday, we're starting to see a lot bigger than average bass coming out of that area. We've done everything we could to manufacture that this area is dying off and other anglers throughout this system are catching up. It's really actually not the case at all. Strike King Hybrid Hunter, a different style plug for Ray Hanselman throughout this tournament, and it's anglers that are throwing different baits from the guys that are around them. Power pole replay of the day. There could be some discrepancy in here. A lot of people think Brian Schmidt should own this title, right? Such, go ahead and take it from me. Got it.
He's busy.
Power pole replay of the day is going to be Ray Hanselman. Going to head back to the top end of Griffin, somebody that started out in Banana Cove on Harris. David Mullins Jr. nailed it. Power pole replay of the day.
Junior.
My friend.
Excellent. David Mullins pretty much in the top 4 all the way through on this tournament. I mean, just solid.
There he is.
And that jersey?
Yes.
You
throw back
talk to us about?
Aaron Martin.
Just a little one. He might go.
Currently on one of the best grass flats over the years on the Harris Chain of Lakes, right there when you come out of Haynes Creek into Griffin. It's a larger area than Banana Cove, but grass obviously grows back differently and has been cut back and treated differently.
You doing the barefoot in honor of Aaron Martins as well?
Could be. Could well be. Would be appropriate.
There's Such.
Hey, from Harris, from Big Harris Lake. Almost back-to-back 6-pounders from Kenta Kimura.
Hanselman's going to jump in there with that 6-pounder.
Hanselman. Plenty more to come. We'll be right back.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Tomorrow, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. All right.
Tommy, let's quench the thirst. Who do you have in that tomorrow?
I'll give you three names. Logano, Harvick, Truex. You like that? There it is if you like it, and there it is if you don't.
Whoa.
Denny Hamlin's the favorite, though.
Come on now.
Kyle Busch. Yamaha midday report right around the corner from our takeoff early today. Your Yamaha midday report is really going to be the guys that have predominantly, at least for the most part, stayed in Harris. And really looking at a lot of the footage right here with Stetson, Blaylock, and everybody else you're going to see in this Yamaha midday report. It has been an offshore beatdown that, man, if you rewind to last week on the St. Johns River, we said this was going to be a shallow water sight fishing massacre. That has not been the case so far. Your Yamaha midday report is this tournament has been dominated, at least so far, with your anglers fishing offshore.
That's Blaylock putting himself in position. Needs to a little more poundage today to really have a run at it tomorrow, but great job yesterday wrapping it up. To start the day, it was this guy, Brian Schmidt, first 20 minutes of fishing.
Yep, and really the common theme throughout the guys, at least in that area of Lane Park / Banana Cove, guys throwing lipless crankbaits, making little adjustments from a swimming worm to a vibrating jig, but really the dominant player today, at least with a lot of your bigger bags that we've seen on camera, a lot of the bigger bass have come on a lipless crankbait. Brian Schmidt slipping a little bit, making the comment yesterday, he caught 13 pounds. He said, I am not going to start right where his boat is. Well, we kind of knew he was going to watch the wave and say, no, I absolutely need to go back to the well. Brian Schmidt with a solid day so far, sitting with, unofficially, right now, Brian Schmidt just under 17 pounds.
And David Mullins, he's been in the hunt, in the conversation throughout the full length of this tournament. A great trip to Florida for David Mullins.
Yeah, David Mullins starting in that area with a lot of the other anglers, and was really cool to see that David Mullins not staying there very long. Fished it for about 90 minutes, pulled the plug, went up to Griffin, and when he's gone up to Griffin, really, especially on day number one, has made big late day calls for a big afternoon from David Mullins.
David Mullins started the day in fourth place. He remains in fourth place, and that is getting it done out here. Some great competition going on here on day number 3. Again, he'll be looking to get into that top 10 and be looking to win his first Bassmaster Elite Series trophy. Let's get to one of your pre-tournament favorites, Z, Buddy Gross.
Yeah, and Buddy Gross had a grimy, ugly day number 2, and he said it was in salvage mode yesterday at about 1:30 when we came back from our midday break, living with a lipless crankbait, 3/4 ounce. Buddy Gross taking all day long yesterday to catch his 5 bass limit. Not the case today. Catching a 5-fish stringer in about 20 minutes. Buddy Gross said yesterday was a salvage, had just under 18 pounds, and much to his surprise, very interesting, he had no idea he had a prayer to lead this tournament. This is exactly what he did coming into semifinal Saturday. Look for Buddy Gross, gang, here on FS1. Look for Buddy Gross to be a big headache tomorrow. Your Marathon Peak Performance, not a lot of big ones, doesn't have one of those 5 to 7 pound Harris chain fish, but a solid day so far for Buddy Gross with a lot of room to grow. Your Marathon Peak Performance wrapped up in the Yamaha midday report.
Very nicely done, wrapping it up right there, Martin Zona. Buddy Gross started the day with the lead, and he has taken everything they've thrown at him. It's not the lead he had, the 5 pounds or so to start the day. It's been whittled down considerably, but hats off to him for being able to stay on top of that little pyramid there. It gets precarious up there.
Marathon Peak Performance with Buddy Gross.
That's the way to bring the intensity.
See, it's supposed to clear for the afternoon. Oh, Stetson.
A little better.
Yeah, and look for the guys that are doing exactly what you see Stetson Blaylock doing with the higher skies that are coming. That bite right there should, in all theory, that bite right there should transpire later today.
Stetson seeing if he could get a little bit of a boost out of that one right there.
Go down through these places and just get bite, but they're all one pound 4 ounces to 1 pound 8 ounces.
The biggest difference you see on Championship Sunday here on Fox Sports is last week it was basically down to a 3-man show on the final day. That is not going to be the case in this tournament. There's going to be a lot of opportunities really for your all top 10 tomorrow here on Harris.
Yeah, even though, Z, that the weights aren't what we expected them to be, we expected much higher weights maybe at the top end of this leaderboard, with it being maybe 25 pounds a day instead of 20 pounds a day. But looking throughout the field, this has been a very dynamic, consistent weight. The cut line went up. Normally you double the cut weight from day one and you subtract a pound or add a pound. Well, this week we added a pound. Most of the time we will subtract. And so that middle pack really had good weight. David Mullins hooked up.
Yeah, and that's watching David Mullins right here fighting one.
He'll go a long way today.
Made that move about an hour ago. Put a good 4-pounder in the box, sort of validate that. This could be another good step up.
Come here. No. Yes. I think it was blue, wasn't it? Good little co.
Boy, right when Buddy Gross is in the driver's seat, David Mullins is not backing down this tournament, making big adjustments where he's fishing and how he's fishing. Big day for David Mullins.
Yeah, you made a great point earlier. See, nobody's running away with this thing. We as the fans really like situations like that. There's going to be a lot of people in this thing. Even after we're done today, we'll have 10 left to fish on Championship Sunday. Weigh-in for today is coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. You might definitely want to check that out, get you set up for some viewing tomorrow. We'll be right here on FS1 tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. So great to have you. Thanks for joining us. Bassmaster Live.
Not a bad one at all. I'll take it. Oh. Come on, baby. That edge, I picked up a few small ones, and I got changed bait and put on another bait that I could rip through the grass. We caught one about 3.5, and then I saw an open lane that nobody'd been on, looked like, up a little bit shallower, so I got up on top of the mat and started throwing my smaller hybrid hunter. And caught a pretty good one, probably 6 pounds. And I don't know, I'm just going to grind it out here. I've got other places to go, you know, that other grass patch in Little Harris, but I don't know. I think I can just wait them out here. I just need to catch a couple more good ones. But it's definitely, looks like people's weeded out. Shallow. Spread out a little bit more today because it's just not happening as good as it's been. Still see them, you know, out on that edge with that Mega Live, but man, they won't even react to the bait very well out there. A lot more bait in here than there's been. Maybe they fed all night on them, but there's, especially around that outside edge, there's more shad than I've seen in 3 days. It's hard to compete sometimes with the real thing. But we're gonna keep grinding away, chip away at it a little bit at a time. Catch another one like that and we'll be good.
Just how many boats are in that area. So if that's thinned out, there's been a lot of pressure in that area. He said it's not happening as good as it's been happening there, but he pushed up a little bit shallower and caught a big one. So I mean, this could be kind of whenever this area does get depleted. You know, there's been so many fish caught here. He said it's not happening like it's normally been happening. So we could see it start to transition into the people that have stuff to themselves, like Stetson or Jamie, start to make a charge late in this tournament.
Yeah, you know, it's only 11 o'clock. He's got 4 more hours left. You know, he's only about 6 to 8 minutes from the ramp, and I think it's a wise move just to sit there, you know. And I got to tell you, whenever that drone flew over his head, I honestly thought it was an airplane. Got buzzed by a couple of airplanes on the water this week, looked the dude straight in the eye, even tried to race one. And I got to tell you, a bass boat won't outrun one of these little Cessna planes or whatever they are. I was doing about 72, and she just kind of eased on past me. They're going a lot faster than what you think, buddy.
Yep. They just don't have anything close to them so you can realize how fast they're going because they're in the air.
Oh, I tested them. He wanted some too, buddy. Yeah, you see other competitors drifting through the area, and literally all day they'll just work their way backwards and forwards, and there's little, so even though you have this, you know, couple 100-acre field of hydrilla, you know, there's still little sweet spots in it, and you know, you can drift around, catch your occasional fish, but there's still, you know, you notice he's not moving a lot, and you just gotta be patient, wait on him.
And typically what that sweet spot's going to be, it'll be a hole in the grass, it'll be a harder edge, it'll be anywhere that a bass can kind of sit and have a little bit more range of sight than they normally have. So any kind of those areas that a bass can sit on, they're really going to just kind of sit there, be hid inside the grass, but they're going to want to be able to see a little bit further than normal. That's going to be those ambush areas. So I'm sure what a lot of these guys are pulling up to are, you know, they're going to be holes in the grass. They're going to be some kind of eelgrass lane. Like he said, he caught that 6-pounder out of a lane that kind of led up shallow. Any of those places where it's not quite as tightly packed, that's what those fish are going to sit on the edge of.
Yep, they're those fish are sitting there and waiting on a cheeseburger or a pizza, and hopefully Ray Hanselman or one of them guys, they're going to deliver that pizza or that cheeseburger, and man, there's no doubt that this area is going to fire. A lot of people don't think a small area like that would hold up to that, but there's plenty of pizzas being slung around, and I witnessed a couple years ago that an area like this can hold up. They've been catching them here. I was here in pre-practice. Boats were loaded up, and you don't think it would, but it's going to hold up.
It is getting tight, son.
Yeah.
You see this? Hey, this episode is just for the ladies. Highly requested for highest viewed ever last week with the ladies because we had you.
Hey, and the ratings are going up. Probably trending on Twitter.
Yeah,
I know.
TikTok. I'm sure we're just out there, but I tell you what else is trending. Some getting close in this tournament. I'm looking at Buddy Gross, David Mullins, and Ray Hanselman. They are close.
Ain't no doubt. And David Mullins fishing really good right now.
Really good.
Really good. And, man, I got a feeling he's going to catch a few more today. And Buddy Gross grinding it away, man, doing what he likes to do.
I'm not sure where Ray's at, but I know where David's at, and he's pretty much got his area to himself. He could be trouble. Now, I know Buddy's got, I think, shell bars going, but I'm not sure where Ray's at. Do you know?
Yeah, Ray's over in Banana Cove right across the lake from here, fishing around a bunch of people. And if David Mullins is fishing by himself, like you said, it's it's a
Big plus.
Big plus.
He could have some. We got some footage right here, getting to watch Buddy Gross fish, and Buddy's a master of offshore. He's going to stick to that. Buddy's not going to grab a flipping stick.
Still just catching little ones. We still haven't found a big one yet. We caught some fish, but we just ain't got the size. We're going to have some size to get there.
As sure as Santa Claus is coming, he's going to find a big one.
Yep.
I promise you.
Just fishing some isolated clumps of grass right now, just trying to find a big one.
He loves to throw rattling baits, you know, just wind them super slow, yo-yo. And it works for him.
Yep.
It sure works for him, you know. And I tried some of that isolated clump fishing, and I targeted a lot of it. I just couldn't get enough big bites.
Yeah, you know, I did too. Normally I'd stick to my guns, but after the first day I got one bite, I kind of thought,
it's time to roll.
Yeah, I can see fish on my units. They're fishing around this clump right here, but I parked on top of it on accident. That's my fault. I had to fish this one a little while, but if I was a betting man, we'll get bit on this one in a little bit.
So he's making a reference that he might
I
have
just messed it up when we stopped.
So he knows
there's fish sitting on top of it, in front of it, behind it. I mean, there's fish all over this one. It's a little bitty clump, but it's very vertical. I'll tell you, it's probably 10 fish sitting around it, but I promise you they are aware of my presence because I was sitting dead on top of it.
you know, I've noticed that with the live scope, fishing offshore a lot is you tend, now you want to see those fish on that screen better. And I've noticed that you want to keep them, you know, the structure and the fish, you know, 60 to 90 feet away.
We'll come back to that. We got to roll on.
And we tend to get a lot closer because we're wanting to see them better.
You want that confidence.
Yeah.
You've seen them. You like, oh, I can throw to them, but I do think it's getting where they know you're there.
Yeah.
So a very good point you made that, and even Buddy knows that. He's like, all right, we're just gonna. You see him, he's just gonna bail.
Brian Schmidt also fishing over in Banana Cove, but you see him kind of venturing up in the pads and whatnot versus, you know, way out in the hydrilla.
And he's already caught a big one today, if I'm not mistaken, like an 8-pounder.
Giant.
We needed him, didn't we?
Ain't no doubt.
We could have went to Waffle House if me and you would have caught him.
Ain't no doubt. Yeah, whenever you don't make Saturday, they got they have us come out here and work like dogs on and won't feed us. I think Steve Bowman needs to bring me a oatmeal pie or something and a Coke.
He told me that if you didn't say anything ugly on camera, he was gonna give you an oatmeal pie, but
we ain't done yet.
Well, that's why you ain't got the pie. I just like to watch these guys move around inside this area. This area has had so much traffic. It's unbelievable. It's like they had a 3 Supercenter Walmarts and a Black Friday sale behind that island. It had that many people back there. And, of course, you hear guys say, well, man, I should have just went back there and got in the crowd. Hey, not everybody caught them. No. Not everybody gets the free TV on Black Friday. Some people get mobbed down at the door and beat up.
Chris Johnson went back there with them and caught 11 pounds. He said he was cracking 2-pounders, and then he'd watch somebody catch a 4. And then this guy'd catch a 5.
Josh Douglas told me the same thing. I said, what? I pulled in there late, and he goes, bro, it's horrible. He said, I was just fishing my guts out. Rick Clun just pulls it here, lobs a spinnerbait over here, and bags a 3-pounder. He said, I said, what you got? He said, 4 for 9. I am smoking them. But so everybody in there didn't catch them. Because when you get here and weigh in on there, like, oh, you were in Banana Cove. It's tough to fish in a crowd if you're not catching them.
Ain't no doubt.
It's fun to be the guy catching them, but boy, when I'm not, you talking about a mental rat race.
Easy to get demoralized for sure.
It's just really bad. He's fishing pretty slow, man. He's going to pitch in pads. Some guys are really good at this, just pitching around real slow. I personally vote myself the worst lily pad fisherman on tour.
I could probably give you a run for your money on that one. I caught my first bass out of a lily pad at the St. John's.
Oh, there's no easy way to fish them. And the wind makes it tough, and you're fighting that what you call the butt crack in the lily pad, getting your worm. That crack in the lily pad has probably sold more Zoom baits and more Senkos than any other crack in the world.
I guarantee
it just steals your bait, pulls it right down on the hook every time. trying to make as long as flips as he can, going back to the reference what you talked about, the sound, the noise.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
pick your little holes out in the pads,
Yeah.
flip her in there, and if there's one sitting on the bed there, then you know odds are you're going to get her to bite.
Yep, and some guys will work it back. I try to work it back more through the pads, but
yeah, I try to pick me out a little lane, through the pads, and you know, pitch nice long pitch and drag her real slow through there.
And people wonder like why you need to let it set on that initial pitch in, because a lot of times if that fish is on the bed, even if you can see the fish and you make the pitch to the fish, you'll notice when the bait hits the water, the fish spooks off. Give him just a second, he'll come back. So picture that same thing happening. When the bait falls down on him, it spooks him, and then he'll run back. Eventually he'll come right back to it. So you'll see guys let it sit there 15, 20 seconds, then move it and then catch him. That's tough for me.
Guess who's not doing that?
Yeah, these two guys.
These two guys.
Eating moon pies, drinking Mountain Dews. It ain't going to happen. He's going to need to get mine going down, or it's not going to get caught.
I tell you, Brian Schmidt's been fishing really good. He
Really
won on
good.
Champlain, and ever since he's been on a good roll and hasn't stopped this year.
His confidence is up high. You know, I think we're looking at Mullins and probably Stetson will be 1 and 2 in the points. I don't know who will be on top, but like those guys are making some good adjustments. Stetson's fishing an area all to himself over here in Harris. Found him some grass, eelgrass, outside of Kissimmee grass, and he just seems to be working it through several moving baits. I watched him earlier. He goes from lipless to square bill,
It
chatterbait.
didn't dry up, but it ain't the ones to win. That's for sure. I thought it was. I thought this spot was going to be potential to where you could hang in there with some solid weights every day. But today is a different story.
Let one old big girl swim through there, and he'll change his mind on that one.
Yeah, one of them old Florida Harris chain hogs grabs a hold of that. That's when the heavy breathing starts.
That's right.
You notice when people get them 8-pounders on, they get real spiritual.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, oh dear Jesus, please don't let him come off. I always say the bigger they are, the closer you get to heaven real
Ain't
quick.
no doubt.
You start thinking, oh, please don't let him come off.
Come on, don't come off.
Don't come off. And I mean, it can happen quick, man. This place is so amazing to me. And even Palatka, at Toho, the open we fished down there, you can have 10 pounds and think I'm out of it and get that 1 9-pound bite, and Matt's right back in the game.
You're right back in it, man.
You don't just make the top 50 cut or the top 47 cut. You jump up in the top 20. Then your confidence is high.
And you don't think about it while you're out there, but it does. There's multiple bites like that, you know. College anglers weighed in 36.5 pounds, and that could happen today. A guy sitting in 40th place could jump
Could
up
come
there.
back. I think had we'd have been, my personal opinion, 2 or 3 weeks earlier, which I don't like fishing down here when it's cold, so me saying this is my wife's going to be like, what are you talking about? 2 or 3 weeks earlier when the fish were really staged, maybe we could have really broke the records when the big fish were stacked. But now they are really spread out. So you're seeing, that's why you're seeing a guy catch one big one and have to move, catch another big one. They're not sitting in one place sacking giants.
Yeah, you know, that cold front right before the St. John's, and then we had a little warm trend, and a lot of these fish went ahead and pushed up and spawned. Yep. And with the full moon this week, had another small cold front, warming trend again. It's kind of, I feel like it's kind of spread the spawn out a little bit, and like you said, a lot of those fish are wanting to go and just coming off, and they're not really ganged up on any places.
I seen a lot of fry this week around cypress trees. Did you see that?
I saw a lot of
pretty good size
fry.
fries. You know, so I think we're just gonna have to watch it unfold. The clouds and the wind are gonna help some of the guys who are just fishing, and it's gonna hurt some of the guys who are sight fishing. So the harder they are to see, the harder they are to catch, but the more wind, they can make them easier to catch.
Yep, it's gonna show out.
It makes your hair look good too.
Been on the worm. I pulled over there a while ago and One of them guys was catching them every damn cast. Good ones. No, worming. You would think, man. I think they come out, there's a little group that come out and they play for a little bit and then it's a grind. Yesterday morning we were lucky to have a little group right there and they didn't reload. Well, I don't know if that's gonna hurt or help. Yeah, I don't know. when they go to sleep, they go to sleep now. That would help me so much. Oh yeah. These locals.
See, right back. He's still there.
He.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Semi-final Saturday here in the great state of Florida on the incredible Harris Chain. 8 lakes that make up the playing field for the second stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite. And Davey Height, the sunshine of Florida, has gone on vacation like many people do here in Florida. Joined by Bassmaster Classic champion, 2-time Angler of the Year, Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, Davey Height. And got to whittle this field down to 10 anglers. And it seems like in this tournament, everything that we have predicted has not played out.
And most notably today, the weather. Much cooler, as you can tell, looking at us here today. Supposed to be a high of 70, but there's been a cool wind coming across the lake that has made us all put on another layer or so. But the fishing has cooled down for some today, as we kind of expected. A lot of the anglers in Banana Cove, we have named it, and a lot of pressure there is finally catching up. But Brian Schmidt caught that 8-pound, 2-ounce fish earlier this morning that really has made his day. You just fill out a good solid limit after catching an 8-pounder, and you're in good shape.
47 anglers left in this tournament, and let's catch up with how it's been going with our Toyota midday report. And we're going to start with an angler, unfortunately fishing with a heavy heart this week, lost his father-in-law, but she weighed in a giant bag yesterday and said that's exactly what he would have wanted me to be doing.
Yeah, I talked to Stetson a little bit yesterday afternoon. He said when I'm out on the water and I'm fishing and competing, I've been able to kind of keep my focus there, but it's been tough when he's been off the water with all that's been going on this week. So he's done a great job. You know, these tournaments are set, you know, a year in advance, and there's, you know, if you fish long enough, you're going to have adversity during the event, but he's handling it really well this week. Yesterday afternoon, really caught most of his weight in the last 30 or 45 minutes yesterday afternoon. Caught a real big one late in the day and got off to a solid start this morning. Currently in 7th place. He's just certainly looking forward to the afternoon. Hopefully it's as good for him as it was yesterday afternoon. Catching fish on the old Rogue and some also on a square bill crankbait.
Let's run over and check out how Brian Schmidt's been doing here today. I mean, I think we know he has had a phenomenal day, and major reason is that big bite, the reason that everybody comes to Florida.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's had good days the previous 2 days. Obviously, day one started at this place where he's caught most all of his fish. Started there and did not get a bite. He had one bite there in practice. It was an 8-pounder. Left it and started there the first day. Could not catch him. The group of fish had moved about 100 yards. He found where they were, caught a good solid limit, 20-plus pounds the first day in 5 casts. Yesterday, he caught a limit quick, but not in 5 casts, but a lot slower today. But thankfully for him, that 8-pound, 2-ounce bass will keep him in contention to win this event.
Let's jump over and check out Ray Hanselman. Left the dock in 2nd place this morning. He's been close to an Elite Series victory before, but it has eluded him up to this point.
It has, but you know, I thought when we were Lake Travis a couple years ago that maybe we'd see Ray Hanselman win, because he's certainly due. He's a great fisherman. Everyone in Texas knows that, and people need to see Ray Hanselman a little more, because if you watch him fish, he's a great fisherman, and he loves doing exactly this, fishing hydrilla offshore. It's a great fisherman at it. He's been using primarily a hybrid hunter, crankbait, mixing it up a little bit with a Shadowlicious you see here, catching that good fish earlier today.
Ray Hanselman, a great Texas angler, and said early in the week, he said, I fish a lot of hydrilla at home. I found hydrilla here, and I felt at home. And, man, he has really performed great in this second stop of the season. But the guy who left the dock this morning with the lead, Buddy Gross.
Buddy Gross, we saw what Buddy Gross can do when he gets dialed in at Lake Eufaula. Came back on that final day with that monster stringer, and just a great fisherman. Everyone along the Tennessee River knows that, and a lot of people nationally, but we've all come to like him. He and his wife travel together, and they're just such nice people to be around. But Buddy Gross is a great fisherman, doing what he loves to do, fishing shell bars just a little offshore. Technically it is offshore, but a lot closer to the vegetation around the shoreline than most of the other anglers. So he's fishing around a lot of those anglers in what we call in Party Cove, Banana Cove. But he's been able to spread out and extend it a little bit, fishing a lot closer to shore, distinct spots of shell beds and a little bit of mixed hydrilla. Buddy Gross this morning left with the lead, and we're going to see him right in contention up till tomorrow afternoon.
Speaking of a lead, your leader in Bassmaster Angler of the Year, David Mullins.
So David Mullins is having a great start to the year, obviously leading Angler of the Year, a good week last week at the St. Johns River. And I keep saying this, but it quietly has moved into the lead of this event. And we just haven't given him enough credit. He's just been quiet at takeoff like he usually is with you, but he's also quietly made it up to the top of the leaderboard.
Top of the leaderboard for David Mullins, and a cool backstory. He's on top of that leaderboard, but representing the late great Aaron Martins by wearing a jersey with his colors. So very cool. And when I talked to him this morning, he said, man, when I put it on, I couldn't help but tear up, and with good reason. But a 2-ounce lead right now over Buddy Gross.
Yeah, it's so tight. You look at the top three, only separated by 5 ounces. So we've got us a barn burner going on here. The person that catches that next big fish, an 8-pounder, one of those three, would really separate themselves, but it hasn't happened so far.
A leaderboard that tight, I mean, if you just looked at the board, you'd be like, oh, we're up north. I mean, that's where you see leaderboard. Generally, at this point in the Florida event, a few people have broken away, but we could be setting ourselves up for a very exciting championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to happen. And things are a lot different here this week, like you started the segment saying, basically everything we said didn't turn out to be exactly right. There's so many post-spawn fish here, and that's when you have those tight tournaments, when you're fishing post-spawn events. But we didn't expect this to be a post-spawn event, but a lot of the fish that have been brought to the scales this week are post-spawn.
Is the shad spawn that so many anglers are talking about, has that affected this event?
Yeah, a little bit, but the problem with the shad spawn, I mean, there's good and bad. Those fish are very active in the morning usually, but they feed all night. The fish feed. You saw the moons this week. They were absolutely incredible, and those fish are feeding all during the night, so they'll shut down after that first hour in the morning.
Well, let's get out to a former Elite Series Rookie of the Year from North Carolina, Jake Whitaker, and he has had a great week here this week. Been in the mix since day number 1.
Got him right at the boat. Gosh almighty, hit it right at the boat. Come on, buddy. Get it.
Oh, ooh, oh.
Oh my gosh. Come on, Jake. Well, I just screwed that up royally.
I hate to do it, and I'm a big fan of Jake, but this may be the fastest power pull. Is it the catch of that? I mean,
that was live, so that is probably the quickest power pole replay of the day. But I'll be honest with you, I wanted to see the replay, so why not let it be the power pole replay of the day? Because Jake's beating himself up there, and I've got to look at this again. I'm not so sure he did anything wrong right there. It was just bad luck. I don't see anything that he did wrong right there. He's just having a much slower day today than he has the previous 2 days, and when things start going wrong, they just seem to keep going wrong. But Jake Whitaker, unfortunately, you are our power pole replay of the day for that loss.
Yeah, he really didn't do anything wrong. If you look at it, I mean, it looks initially, I thought it hit the side of the boat, but it hits the side of the boat after it comes off the bait.
Yeah, I don't see anything that he did wrong here. I mean, you got to make a decision if you're going to lip the fish or flip it. And when he's flipping this fish, I don't see anything that he could have done differently to change that outcome. The fish just came unbuttoned.
Oh. Split-second decision to pump that fish, and I know people are yelling at their TV saying, well, why didn't you reach down and grab it, but there's as many times reaching down and grab it.
Absolutely.
It gives it, that second to get a little slack on the line, but let's see what's going through his mind right now.
Yeah, that that was big. We needed that one bad, but that's part of the game. We've still got plenty of time. The sun's starting to peek out a little bit. I think if we can get some sun over top of this grass, I think we're going to start catching some fish, but definitely slower today. But with that being said, there's still fish to be caught. There's people around us catching fish, so we're going to get a few bites here in a little bit, and we're going to be okay. But definitely needed that fish earlier, but can't cry over spilt milk. We're going to keep throwing, see what we can come up with.
That's about all you can do. That's about all you can do. It just seems to happen on the day that you're having the slower day. Day one, he caught, gosh, it seemed like 20 or 25 fish. You can't lose a fish when you're getting that many bites, it seems like. But much slower day for today. He actually led unofficially on Bass Track day one and day two. So he's certainly having a great tournament, and just not a good time to lose one when you need it the most. There again, I've seen it 4 or 5 times. I don't think he did anything wrong.
Davey, do you have a fish that stands out in your memory during competing that,
Oh, absolutely.
Every one of them, I imagine, that you lose.
No, the one is the year that I finished second in the Bassmaster Classic. I lost one fish, and it's very similar to what we were talking about with Jake. In 3 days, I lost one fish, and it was the only day I didn't catch a limit. It cost me the Bassmaster Classic. It was only 1.5 pound fish. I finished second by 1 pound. A 1.5 pound fish that I lost on day 2 of the event cost me the Bassmaster Classic. I still see it just like it was yesterday, I promise you.
For the rest of your life, you look at every 1.5 pounds for a lot different. A lot of fishing left here on the beautiful Harris chain. And we're going to take a little bit of a break, but the action will continue right here from the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris chain. Stop 2 of 2022 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we'll be back with some incredible Florida bass fishing in just a few minutes.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Stop number 2 of 2022 here at the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. Our first 2 events of the season here in the beautiful Sunshine State of Florida. And just when David Mullins thought he was a little comfortable with that big 2-ounce lead, all of a sudden, Ray Hanselman back in the lead here today, and that leaderboard is going to constantly change here this afternoon. I have to imagine, Davey, how does it has day after day? Let's join an Elite Series champion and a 5-time Classic qualifier from Georgia, Micah Frazier.
About time. About time. That's what we need right there. Old chunker. Put him over here.
Boys, it's really amazing. We hadn't seen hardly any of these anglers fishing with soft plastics, but things have slowed down today, and Jake Whitaker with the swimming worm, Micah Frazier with the swimming worm. We'll see what Ray Hanselman has here. He's been using a crankbait a lot and a swim bait just a little.
And this the fish that
Yes,
put him in
sir.
the lead just moments ago, and I guess so.
Good solid fish there for Ray Hanselman. There's a lot of fishing left to go. I'm starting to, and we talked about this, felt like somebody was going to come from down in the pack, but he's been up in the pack most of the time. But I'm just, the more this thing goes and just how confident and Ray is, talking to him backstage the last 2 days, and you could just tell
Hartman hooked up.
He is in his wheelhouse.
A little bit of sunshine could be igniting the bite a bit here.
Second night, this is a real good fish. Definitely will help him. I thought it was a little bigger than that. Again, with a Carolina rig, you see him throwing a Carolina rig more than
Light,
anyone on the
real
trail
light.
right now.
Take out number, we'll just take out number 1 because it was number 1.
Kind of odd we saw him sight fishing in the morning when it was totally cloudy, and now that it's lightening up, he's out throwing a Carolina rig, just mixing it up.
Why do people hate
See?
the Carolina
That's what
rig
you
so
have
much?
I don't hate it. I mean, I'm from somewhere. It does. It catches a bad rap, though. I really have never understood that.
I got a bunch of mad guppies. Really mad guppies.
I know back in the day, a lot of the old school anglers that were spinnerbait throwers and flippers and pitchers thought that, you know, all you do is drag a lead around. That doesn't take any skill, but there's a lot more to it than that.
Over to Buddy Gross, currently in third, started
We're
the
still
day
on the
with
prowl.
the
I've
lead.
Not done much better yet, but I'm still fishing some isolated clumps of grass. This is an isolated patch of hydrilla out here all by itself, but I'm afraid I'm too far away from the spawning area, but I wanted to hit it real quick just to make sure. Just looking for one more good bite. Sun's starting to come out, winds lay down a little bit. I think we're gonna go up and flip for a little while. I know where there's a couple on the bed right here close to me. I may go check them. See if there's a big one rolled in there, and then just get back after it. The day's slipping away. It's 12 o'clock.
We've seen him doing, staying closer to those shoreline.
We gotta get busy.
Grassy areas. A lot closer than these other three on the, or a lot closer than David Mullins and Ray Hanselman. We have seen Jamie Hartman throwing his Carolina rig closer to the shoreline vegetation.
One thing that Hanselman and Mullins seem to have in common, at least right now, is speed of the retrieve. They really seem to be burning the bait back.
I keep thinking I hit
Yeah, that's a big key to just figure out
but it just ain't happening.
the speed that your bait needs to be moving.
Some little ones.
I think Hanselman just slowed down like right after I said that.
No, he's still faster than, but you make a good point. You see, currently,
I'm not thinking I've had a lot
first
of
and second place are moving their baits a lot faster than we saw Jake Whitaker and Micah Frazier, who have not had the day today that they have the last few days.
Is that just eliciting a reaction strike?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. And that tends to be something you speed up because of pressure. Instead of those fish feeding after 3 days of getting caught and fished for, then you need more of a reaction than them actually chasing baits and feeding on them.
Let's have an even better look at that with our Humminbird bird's eye view
Good shot of the area there. Not as many boats there today as yesterday. Of course, we're only fishing half the field today, but looking at the Humminbird bird's eye view, it doesn't look like maybe there's quite as many local anglers there, which is surprising. It is a Saturday, but a lot of folks that fish here don't work Monday through Friday. They're retired. So,
and this is freezing cold if you're from Florida. I mean, everyone else in the country would love it. But, Davey, looking at this from overhead, it's real easy to just think they're on a, it's just featureless. But it is not. They're targeting areas, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot going on there. And I was over there in this exact area yesterday for a while. And where Brian Schmidt and Brian New were fishing, on the Lake Master map, it shows a depression. I didn't really want to talk about it yesterday, but it's Saturday afternoon now. But these other anglers scattered out, they're just not fishing randomly. There's isolated clumps of hydrilla. There's little shell bars. There's a lot going on here. What's so amazing is this whole area, and this is a great view, was lily pads back in the day. And now you see that there's hydrilla. You can't really tell, but we talk about it. Hydrilla under the surface of the water, but around the edge you have the lily pads. And some of the anglers like Buddy Gross or Bernie Schultz have been fishing closer to those pads and not out in the middle of that area.
Where did the pads go? Does the hydrilla choke it out, or was that changed through man-made changes?
Hydrilla will choke out a lot of vegetation. Pads seem to do well. Typically, pads don't grow because of water depth. If the water's, and to be honest with you, I don't remember if the depth has changed that much from when I remember those pads there way back in the 90s. But water clarity and water depth usually determines where certain types of vegetation grow.
Now over to two-time Elite Series champion and another former Rookie of the Year, Jamie Hartman. Hooked up.
Oh, my God. I thought it was little, and then it got heavy. I don't know. I don't know why.
That's one of the biggest
I don't get
assets of throwing a Carolina rig. You very seldom lose a fish.
It's weird. I don't lose a fish all week, not a one. I lost two today, but the first one I know was small. That one didn't start heavy, and then it got heavy because he started to turn with it.
One thing about Jamie Hartman is when he starts catching them, I mean, he catches them. Like, if you look at his rookie season, he had several seconds. But Jamie Hartman has won 2 Elite Series events and happened to win them both in the exact same year. A very rare occurrence on the Elite Series, but it actually happened twice that year, him and Cobb winning 2 that year.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible because those blue trophies are so hard to come by. We saw John Cruz just raise his second one, and he's been fishing for 20 years. I mean, and he's a great fisherman. They're so hard to come by, but to do it twice in 1 year like Jamie Hartman did is absolutely incredible. And, you know, the one in New York, a lot of people thought, hey, he's probably going to be one of the people that, you know, has a great chance to win. But the Guntersville tournament, the way he won it, catching that big stringer on the final day, really came out of nowhere.
But it was such a weird win, too, because if you remember, we had serious weather coming in. And, I mean, when he actually, that was the best celebration in New York. He got a true celebration. When he won his first tournament, I announced him as the champion, and literally right away, Tripp's like, tell everybody to leave here. Yes. And I had to start announcing, please take shelter, take shelter. So I'm glad we got it right on the second one for him. Just what you want to hear when you hold your first Elite Series trophy. Seek shelter. Hooked up again.
Ooh. Good one here.
Oh, boy.
one in. He won't be in 17th.
Great camera work.
You're about to quit it. You're about to quit it. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Give me that big mouth. Give me that big old mouth. Okay.
Giant move for Jamie Hartman.
Good fish there. You see when he set the hook, you tell his rod just stopped, and then the great camera work right here, seeing it. Oh, that's scary when you got one hooked up and that mouth just stays wide open, because that hook comes out so easily. But he got a good solid hook set on that one.
It's like dragging a 5-gallon bucket back to the boat.
Yes.
That's the name, bucket mouth, I would imagine, Davey Height.
Big move here for Jamie Hartman. I doubt we'll see him sight fishing in canals anymore this day.
That helps a little bit.
That'll help you get over one. Losing one.
Got something going on here now. He's
them real small ones.
Caught two nice fish and lost that fish just a few minutes ago. I can't wait to see him make another cast there.
Add a little G juice to the live well. Anglers do that because it helps the fish stay healthier.
It's like a human. Think it's gonna be all right.
Wow. Big move for Jamie Hartman, but Florida's all about the bigger bite and getting that bigger than average size fish. And we've seen a lot of buck bass earlier today, but this Minn Kota Unlock the Lake shows you all of the 3+ pounders that were caught today.
Yeah, you see down all the way down on the bottom end of Lake Apopka, quite a few 3+ pounders caught there. Good quality average size fish being caught down in Lake Apopka. Those anglers just giving up so much of their day traveling to and from there. But you see, it's great, a good sign of a healthy fishery. There are 3+ pounders caught throughout the fishery, but obviously you can tell Party Cove, Banana Cove, whatever you want to call it, is where a lot of 3+ pounders have been caught.
I like the red fish. You see, every once in a while, you see the red ones. They're 9-pounders.
Yes,
the true giants. And that's what makes this fishery so special. When you talk to the anglers before they leave in the morning, I mean, it's like every single little tick. I actually talked to Ray Henselman about that. He's like, every time I feel that tink, he's like, I mean, it could be a 3-pounder, but it literally could be a 13-pounder.
Yeah, it really could. Not many places in the country you can go where you have an honest chance at any time to catch a double-digit fish, but this is certainly one of them.
Being from Del Rio, Texas, I think he knows a thing or
He
two
does.
about double-digit fish.
Yes, yes.
He's really burning that bait. I mean, and Mullins. He did say on the stage, he said, I'm doing something a little different than everybody else. I don't know if that's it.
Lots of water.
I'm sure he won't tell me today.
I would think that the bait he's using and his retrieve, both are a little unusual. Not everyone in that group. Yesterday, it's 50 anglers in there fishing, or 50 boats. Today, not as many, but he's the only one on camera, or the only one. And I watched some just when we were there when we were not filming. I didn't see anyone else using that hybrid type bait like he's using.
Do you know what bait he's using?
Yeah.
Davey? Are you telling us?
Yeah, it's a hybrid hunter.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were like a hybrid bait.
No,
I thought you were like a hybrid between. Sorry.
Strike King hybrid hunter.
That's why you had statistics, the accomplishments, and I just moved the hole that makes the words. Let's check out our Striker Daily Trivia and see if I can embarrass myself a little more. On which fishery was the first 10-pounder caught in Bassmaster competition? A, St. John's River. B, Harris Chain. C, Lake Eufaula. D, Sam Rayburn. I'll let you think on that, Davey Height, and we will get the answer right after the break.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain in Leesburg, Florida. An aerial shot of an area that a lot of damage has happened this week. A lot of our field has done some damage. Now let's see if we can do some damage on the Striker Daily Trivia. Once again, the question was, which fishery was the first 10-pounder caught in Bassmaster competition? A, the St. Johns River. B, the Harris Chain. C, Lake Eufaula. And D, Sam Rayburn, Davey Height. I'll let you go first, because I'm a gentleman.
I know this one. A, St. Johns River.
That's where I was going to go, so I guess I'll go Harris Chain and lose honorably. Oh, I mean, yet again, Davey Height continues his streak of winning in life so much more than I. But I'm winning in life just by having the ability to stand beside you, Davey Height.
Lord.
Congratulations. How did you know that?
Oh, I went on my honeymoon to St. Johns River. You don't think I know history of St. Johns River?
At what part?
That's why I went.
At what part does that come up on your honeymoon? Hey, we are here. Look at the sights.
Oh, it's like, honey, where are we going to go on our honeymoon? And when she says, yeah, I'll let you go fishing for a few days, we can take the boat on the honeymoon. And so I just look up. I'd never traveled out of South Carolina very far to fish. So why not go to where the first 10-pounder was ever caught in Bassmaster history?
Wow. I went on my honeymoon in Cancun, fished off a 40-foot-long banana boat, and puked my guts out. But we both fished on our honeymoons. Enough of that. Let's look at Ray Henselman and David Mullins. Number one in the tournament, and even though Mullins is second in the tournament, he is number one in Angler of the Year.
Yeah, having a great start to this season. We saw just a few years ago, not long ago, David Mullins finished second in AOY.
Came so close just a few years ago, and man, with two good finishes here, I mean, he's going to be scary all year long for Angler of the Year.
Yeah, it's, I talked with Zona a little bit earlier today about how tough it is if you get off to a bad start, these first two events. No one wants to do that, but there's going to be people that do that. I mean, there's only one winner in each event. So, but equally, when you do well those first two events, man, things just start feeling good. And I talk about it a lot, but I don't think I talk about it too much because it is very real, momentum. And some other anglers I've heard say, well, maybe it's not momentum, maybe it's just confidence, or maybe, well, all that is all built into one. You make good decisions and you feel confident in the decisions that you make. When you have a gut feeling to do something, you go do it and it works out. I'll never forget. Roland Martin told me he was going to retire. And I was like, oh, my gosh, Roland Martin, you can't retire. And he says, yeah. He said, I just don't. He said, for so many years I'd ride down the lake and I'd look at some kind of cover or structure and I'd go there and say, hey, that looks good, I'll catch him. And I'd go over there and catch him. And he said, now I ride by a place that looks good, I go over there and I don't catch anything. So that's just all about the positive attitude and just the momentum.
Does the Classic break help at all? Or does it hurt? I mean, even if you're in the Classic, I mean, it's not so much a break, but it's a break from the pressure that the anglers talk about. There's so much pressure on them for Angler of the Year, for requalifying. Yeah. And I never would have imagined this years ago, but when you talk to them, the Classic, although it's a different pressure, is a welcome pressure because they don't have the Angler of the Year pressure. They don't have, I mean, they can literally just fish free.
Yeah, I think different anglers have different approaches there. Some want a break to get away from it, maybe go clear their mind, maybe go to Cancun and go offshore fishing. But then some just want to get right back in it and fish as quick as they can and have another event.
Watching Ray Henselman and David Mullins, both leading, but different things. Ray Henselman leading this tournament, and David Mullins leading Angler of the Year. and both fishing very similar.
And they're both, here's another thing that we've talked about yesterday, I think, that doing what you feel comfortable doing. Go and try to find your game.
Yeah, year after year we hear that, and you hear that as the biggest rookie mistake. You know, people don't, and not that either of these guys are rookies, but you hear rookies come to the Elite Series, and if they have a bad first season, quite often you'll hear them say the next year, I'm not following Doc Talk, I'm fishing my own way. But you hear it over and over again, but it's so, and I think what it is, in my opinion, from the outside, is it's so hard. I mean, you're fishing against people you grew up watching fish. And it's so hard when you hear Greg Hackney's catching them one way. It's so hard to be a 22-year-old kid and be like, yeah, well, Greg Hackney doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah. So I think that's true in all sports. You have to know your abilities. Basketball, for an example. Everybody wants to be like Michael Jordan or LeBron James, or everybody wants to be able to jump from the foul line and dunk it. But if you can't do that, you can't do that. But you might be a good outside shooter. You might be a good three-point shooter. I mean, you have to know your skills and your limitations and try to, maximize them.
Maybe you're Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you're a great defensive player.
Among other things. The other thing you hear a lot is anglers talk about how I'm so happy that I belong, that I can hang with these guys. Speaking of hanging with these guys, you know who I miss? I miss Tommy and Zona back at Marathon Studios. And, guys, this is going to be a tight one to see who makes the top 10.
Absolutely, man. A great job, as always. Yeah, let me ask you a quick question here. Hypothetical situation, a guy is kind of standing down while you guys take over the on-site coverage, and he accidentally gets himself locked outside the building. And he's not been keeping up. Tell me two of the main things that you have seen in the past hour, just, for that hypothetical situation.
I think seeing, I guess the two main things is Ray Hanselman just doing what he does and steady Eddie kind of guy, and I think you're going to have to watch out for him tomorrow. And the other thing is Jamie Hartman with the Carolina rig. He's put two really good fish in the boat just recently, along with losing another one. So keep your eye on him.
All right.
Yeah, and the thing to keep in mind is not all the good news. Jake Whitaker had a big miss at the side of the boat, a big difference maker type of fish. And like Davey said, it didn't look like he did anything wrong. He was pumping that fish, and then when it came off, it hit the side of the boat, and heartbreak there.
Davey, I'm going to throw one to you real quick. We did talk about that we thought that Popko was going to be a player by the end of the weekend, and we've seen some very solid stringers today if you look at guys like Keith Combs. But in all honesty, I think the most surprising thing going on in a Popko right now, it's been the Jay Shakurit show, which if you look at the names that have fished in a Popka, he has beat some of the biggest in the Bassmaster Elite Series thus far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think his name's the top of the Rookie of the Year board, too, so keep your eye on him, no doubt about it. But you're right. I mean, I talked to Greg Hackney this morning, and he's like, it was so good, and now I can get 15 bites, but most of them are small. So Jay has done something very special over there, and it's got to make him and his dad, who was at the last event that I've known for a number of years. Is he? Okay,
yeah,
great.
he's a soccer parents.
You got to
bring their lawn chairs and everything. Cool.
Got to make them feel really, really good because they're some of the best in the business over there, and he's outfished them today.
Something you told me just a minute ago about Jake Whitaker. I'd like to have a look at that if we could. Take a look at this. Losing a big one. He needed a big one, I think. Dave and Davey, thank you so much. We're gonna take our leave from those two great guys. Doing a terrific job today, and have another look at this one. Pretty critical moment for Jake. Get it. Man.
And Tommy, that's the difference in 21st or 22nd and the top 10 right now. Just a 4-pounder added to the bottom line.
Oh, man.
And that wasn't, a giant, but I mean, with the day that he's having, it was a giant. It's all relative when you only have 3 bass in your live well. Yesterday, a lot of his damage was already done by this time. Not a lot of bites for Jake Whitaker. And a solid 3.5 to 4 pounder. That's going to sting a little bit.
Ooh, fit right at the boat, it looks like. Ron.
Yeah, I mean, it did, like Davey and Dave said, got a good hook set in it, fought it out, they pulled a little drag, and then got about the time to swing it in, and just came off midair.
Well, Jake's a smart guy, knows how to slove it off, get on to the next thing, and he's got a little bit of work to do, that is for sure. Ray Hanselman, man, oh man, he took the lead yesterday, hung on to it for a good long while. He has done so today. It's been those top 4, Mullins, Gross, Kenta, Kimura, for the past couple of hours now. But Brandon Lester, our day 1 leader, sneaking back into 5th place. That's pretty big. Brian Schmidt, Jay Shakurit has been mentioned. We got much more on the way.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
The Harris Chain of Lakes, SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain. Harris Chain, 8 lakes. They got lily pads, cypress knees, docks, seawalls, deep, Florida deep anyway, shallow, shell beds, all of it. We've seen all of it come into play at one point or another during the day. That and more. What else will we see today? The top 4 have not changed. Ray Hanselman on top, David Mullins, Buddy Gross, Kenta Kimura, Brandon Lester. This is big right here. Held the lead on day number 1. Had a really, really tough day on day number 2 for Brandon Lester, but he has worked his way back into the top 10. Brian Schmidt.
Let's go, Such.
How about
Come on now.
Give me
Jay Shakurit. Last guy in, 47th place, has went down to Lake Apopka, caught 4 and 5 pounders, up to 21 pounds, 8 ounces. He's in 7th place right now, a climb from 47th to 7th. He will gain in his Rookie of the Year lead.
I bet Ronnie could tell us the last
what
time
is
that's
that?
happened.
What is that, Such?
Bassmaster Elite Series.
It was 6, now it's going to be 46, depends where he finishes today.
What is this whole
what
feature?
is it?
What is this segment? What is
The
it?
Phoenix Rising.
There it is.
Phoenix Rising for Jay Shakurit.
Hey,
That's
Z,
right.
You are.
this would be the first time since 2015 that someone was the last man in the cut and would end up catching him so well on day 3 to make it to day 4.
It's not over yet, though. Plenty of fishing.
Well, time to give some love to our leader, Ray Hanselman. He has earned it, that is for sure. Had his head down doing what he does best, and he is really good at what he does.
Such, you absolutely put a chokehold on that feature right there and stuck the landing. But the show of the day really has been Ray Hanselman predominantly through this tournament. We talked about it. Ronnie, I know you want to talk about it a little bit more at length. Throwing a Strike King hybrid hunter on that grass flat, and there's a very key reason why that we will get into. A lot of times when fish are on grass beds, the 2 most popular baits throughout the country are a lipless crankbait or a bladed jig. That bait right there, for being a plug, actually is kind of the best of both worlds, but it's just also something these fish are not used to seeing. And Ray Hanselman really has just been slow, quiet, and steady. And we looked for this out of this guy from Del Rio, Texas for many, many years. So many AAA victories from Ray Hanselman and never quite got over the hump here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And here's just what the real fact is. Ray Hanselman, at least so far in this tournament, has outfished everybody around him, and for good reason. Like I said, we will talk about why that bait does what it does in grass over other plug style lures. Ray Hanselman, you are fantastic.
Let's get down to Bernie Schultz. Bernie now unbelievably in his 5th decade of fishing with the Bassmasters. Still got it.
Yeah, and one thing we talked about on our FS1 broadcast moments ago with Bernie Schultz, said he got a little love from Rick Clunn yesterday. Bernie Schultz with a lot of knowledge of this body of water. Clunn told him go to a bigger plug. Exactly what Bernie Schultz did to get him here to semifinals Saturday.
I got 5. Ain't much, but we got 5. Uh-oh. Who's bleeding? Who's bleeding? I didn't hook anything deep. I don't understand why they're bleeding.
I noticed a little blood on the deck earlier for one of those.
Huh.
Lordy, lordy, John Cox just pulled behind Jay Shakurit. He caught his 4th fish. He's up to 16 pounds. His 2nd fish was a 9-pounder. He's coming from 21st place. He's got 4 fish for 16. He's in 8th place.
Lordy, lordy, look who is 40.
What?
I don't.
I'll also give you an update that hasn't popped into Bass Track yet, but we will have video hopefully very soon on the Bass Live show of Clifford Perch's double-digit guaranteed show enough biggin Z-Train. He caught an 813 yesterday. He said in the video that he's caught 12s and 13s in his life, and this one was not far off from that weight class. So we will try to get that footage to the show real quick.
Sneak peek at that video.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Clifford has 5 fish entered in Bass Track, but not the big one. He's up to about 14 pounds.
If you add the big one in there, Suchi would be jumped up another 30 spots, most likely into the top 10.
Things are changing. Things are swapping around a little bit and a little bit faster. As we move deeper into day number 3, semifinal Saturday. You got to be in the top 10.
I don't even need to say what that thing is.
Yeah, stoic grebe.
Yeah, no.
Perch right now is 9:15 behind Ray Hanselman. He's got a 1.5.
Yeah,
in his
if it's
limit,
an 11
so
pound,
it's a 9.5 to 10 pound call. He's in the top 3.
I think he caught a 7+ day 1. He caught an 813 yesterday for the Big Bass of the tournament. He catches this one today. He said, I've dialed in catching my 1 big bite, but I have not got solid quality affiliate. He's got 2 more 4-pounders to go with that today then.
He has caught the big fish of the tournament. This wouldn't be the first time that's happened for Clifford Perch.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Made top 10s on the St. John's when it was blowing up that year, 2019, when it was a huge weight St. John's event. He was in the top 10.
I think he did it in the classic.
And we're guessing this.
Yeah.
We're guessing this about Clifford Perch, but you're starting to see some of those shallow water bangers rise up a little bit. You got Brandon Lester, Jay Shakurit, John Cox, really who have not been much of the story except for Brandon Lester on day number 1. You did see fireworks. We talked about this earlier on Fox. You did see fireworks late yesterday with some big shallow water stringers coming in later in the day. Starting to see that play a little bit here as the sun peeks out.
And in that video, Z, I believe, to my best knowledge in the video, Clifford Perch may have sight fished an 11-pounder.
Right.
So you were spot on with that.
And we have video of that fish, you say, Ron?
Yes, and I am making the transfer now.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You'll enjoy it.
Just out there.
Brandon Lester upgrading
Potential.
again. Almost 20 pounds.
Potential power pole replay of the day, Ron? I don't.
Oh, I definitely think.
It's 11-pounder. I don't know.
Yeah. Catch didn't suck. I mean.
Right. Nice breeze, and that breeze is actually going to come out of the east tomorrow and shift a little bit. I believe we predominantly have had a north wind today.
We had that east
so
wind.
we will have had it from every direction.
Yep.
Yep.
Just been circling.
like the sound of that jerkbait, they left. May not be bass, maybe tilapia or something.
Ray Hanselman's been very particular about making long casts, staying
Yes.
way off those fish this week. He's got the lead, so that's a good, obviously a good call.
That's enough of that. Bubba. It's in the mouth, by the way, but I don't think it'll help. I need to make sure we ain't got one smaller than that one.
Such, that really was a sick Phoenix Rising. Clifford perched from 29th up to, really, up to second place unofficially right now.
Biggest bag of the day.
Yes,
We are
sir.
promised. We are teasing it. The video of that catch still to come here.
They're working fast and furiously on it.
Had to get it through the back channels. We did not have a camera with him, but we had a good marshal with him that took some outstanding video. You're gonna love it. Ten only.
I feel like you're starting to.
Go ahead, Z.
Kind of feel like you're starting to see a little bit of a transition, though. A lot of guys that are up shallow starting to get it done, and doesn't look like it's going to be quite the offshore gig going into this final day that we thought it would be earlier today on semifinal Saturday, Tom.
Yeah, if we look at the John Cox name there, that indicates a shift. Of course, Clifford Perch all the way up into second place. Again, the video will answer some of your questions there. Otherwise, we've still got plenty of fishing left, plenty of time to make more moves up and down that leaderboard. We'll show it all when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Tales of this place, tales of the Harris Chain, a big part of the legend and lore. The sport of bass fishing going back for decades. Now we're all the way up to 2022. It serves as the second stop this year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Ray Hanselman, as we look at the leaderboard, with a good bit of fishing time left on this semifinal Saturday, still hanging on to that lead. David Mullins, Buddy Gross, Brandon Lester, Kenta Kimura. Now in sixth place, we see a new addition to our top 10, and that is Clifford Perch, and that is on the strength, as we've been telling you, as we've been teasing you, of a giant bass. And I think we're very close to being able to have that footage for you. Okay,
Yeah,
we're telling us
Tommy
just in a minute.
The deal with Perch, though, he said it on stage yesterday, he had dialed in one big bite a day. He caught an 8-13 on day 2, had a 7+ pounder on day 1, but nothing but the normal Florida standard limit to go with it, just 2 pounders. Today, though, other than that possible 10-pounder, he's got a couple that are close to 4 as well. So this could be the makings of the biggest bag of the tournament as well.
Okay, they're telling us wait just a few minutes on that. We're going to go out. We will have it.
Teasers.
Stay tuned. Good. That's part of television. That's the biggest part of television is teasers.
Exactly, Tommy. And really looking at that leaderboard, it is absolutely going into tomorrow. If there's no runaway today, I mean, we have got ourselves a tournament going into Championship Sunday. Teasers.
I love to say that again. That takes me back. Okay.
I know it does.
David Mullins. Fantastic Florida swing. Great opening to his season right now. And, who knows? He could be the next guy to collide with a big one. It's just like Dave and Davey were saying the past hour, you know, it could happen to anybody out there on any given cast. That's the lure of this place. That's the legend, the lore we were talking about.
Very, very cool to see him wearing the colors of the late Aaron Martens. Awesome tribute to him. Tommy, we have a tribute show coming out.
Oh.
With Aaron Martens. Monday will be released. All the years that we got to tape with Aaron.
Look forward to that. That will be great.
Yeah. That's what makes Mullins dangerous in this tournament, that he is not solely relying on that Lane Park, Banana Cove area.
Well, I think you pointed out this morning, he said he wasn't going to leave it till he had 14, 15 pounds in the boat. He left at 9 pounds this morning, so he is more than willing to vacate the premises if he thinks he can find something better somewhere else. And he found 2 good ones immediately upon getting to this place.
And I will tell you, our friend Bernie Schultz, who is not scared to tune any of us in production up, you know that, Tommy.
No.
He said, I am sick of y'all calling it Banana Cove. But that is what a lot of the other locals call it. He lives by Lane Park, period. End of story.
Okay. All right.
My question is, how does he know we're calling it Banana Park?
That is a very good question.
Whoa!
I thought that this morning
Just wanted to
also.
go there.
Those drums that they use to you know.
Oh, that's true.
Communicate messages out there in the wilderness.
That's
That's possibly what it is.
Bernie Schultz was spewing facts on me last night of all the years that he's fished here and actually drew Forrest Wood in a tournament here, founder of Ranger Boats. Was a cool story. But the majority of what Bernie knows here, he told us. He said, Jim Bitter really taught me a lot about this body of water.
1982, he fished his first Bassmaster event, 40 years ago. So he is into decade number 5. Okay, we are getting word. Teaser time is over. Take a look at this. Clifford Perch. This is what, maybe about an hour ago, Ronnie?
Yeah, about an hour or so.
Oh my gosh, it's giant. It's absolutely giant. Nice. Holy smokes, it's giant. It's 10 or 12 pounds. Get out of that junk, baby. Get out of there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. 12. It's a 12. Inside the mouth. Inside the mouth.
Yes,
oh
sir.
my gosh. Thank you, Lord. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you, Lord. That's all of 10, guys. That's all of 10. I've caught 12s, 13s. That is right in that neighborhood, dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Lord. Let's get her in the water. Oh gosh. Thank you, Lord.
It's a neighborhood that I would want to live in, Tommy.
Man, how about that for our BMC on point? Seeing one of those things alive in the flesh, always a little bit shocking, but man, oh man, has that made a difference today?
Yeah, that is a Central Florida sugar panda without a doubt. You heard Clifford Perch make the comment, that's a 10, that's a 12, that's a 12, that's a 10. It is somewhere in between that, no doubt about it. Absolute giant, biggest one we've seen on camera all week long.
Clifford, we just watched some incredible video, what you just were able to pull off with that giant fish. Have you settled on a number for that? Or would you give us your best guess as to the actual weight of that fish?
Oh, sorry, guys. I think it's a 10-pounder. Sorry, I just hooked my trolling motor. Got all excited.
understandably. Now, we didn't get to see much of the lead up to that, obviously, but I'm guessing you weren't blind casted to that one. You were looking at him when he...
No.
Yeah.
No, I saw that one. I've caught some nice ones blind casting. I'm mainly sight fishing, and but I've caught some really. It's kind of been mixed, but my giant one came sight fishing. Every day this week, I've got one super giant sight fishing, and today's the first day I've been able to put something with them. You know what I mean? So I've been kind of confused. You know, we're in Florida for a full moon and a worming trip, and the shell bar guys and the shad spawn guys are clobbering us. And I think maybe finally I'm going to catch up a little bit. I hope I'm not too far back. But we got really good conditions for them to continue to pull up. And you know, I'm catching a few post spawners on top water, and it's just been fun. It's just been fun. I've been blessed with 3 really big bites this week, and one a day just in time to get me through. And I'm hoping today we can add a few to it. This is definitely my biggest bag of the week, so it should catch me up some. I'd like to, obviously I'd like to get enough to fish tomorrow. I think I might be getting in the neighborhood, so you know, that's my goal, because I think I can make up some ground. You know, one of these corners, I feel like I'm going to come around one of these corners and there might be 30 pounds laying there. So, so far, you know, it's just been steady. I'm finding a big one here and there, but we've got great sun. It's still nice and warm. So I feel really good about it if I get another chance.
Clifford, you caught one big one every single day of this tournament, which a lot of, you know, listening to your voice right there, thought it would be a sight fishing beatdown, which it really has not been. Have there been many other bass, big ones that you've not been able to catch that possibly could set up by the end of the day tomorrow?
Yeah, I've marked a couple of nice ones that I didn't, you know, that weren't ready or I didn't catch. And there's definitely, you know, I caught that 10-pounder close to where I caught the 8 yesterday, and I just think it's a new fish. So that gives me really good reason to, I mean, that's a really good sign. So I'm excited about that.
How long did it take to catch that fish?
Not very long, but I wasn't even sure it was a bass. I mean, I'm looking at like 4-inch fins, you know, huffing and puffing. And, you know, I'm looking underneath. It was dark. You know, the sun's out now, but it was still dark and cloudy and windy. And I'm in kind of some tannic water. You know, it's kind of dark tannic Florida stuff. And I was telling my marshal, man, I don't even know if it's a bass, but it's huge, you know. And you know, it's sitting there doing this, and I'm looking at that big old jaw sticking out. I'm like, it's got to be a bass, but I wasn't positive it wasn't a mudfish because I just couldn't see good. But I was like, if it's a bass, it's a daggum whale, you know. But obviously it was. Finally bit. Man, it was exciting. Like I said, I never really could see it. I was throwing in a little hole in the grass, and I could see a little light behind it, you know, from a light spot in the sand. And, you know, I'm looking at a jawbone the size of a turkey sandwich, you know what I mean? So yeah, it was a real blessing, man. It's been really exciting.
Clifford, one last question for all of our viewers are wondering this. What does a fish of that size on a bed, what did he eat?
What's that? Say that again.
What was the bait that what is the bait that fish ate?
I got it on a Big Bite Baits Fighting Frog. Same thing I got my big one on yesterday. You know, I was tempted to pitch a drop shot in there and, you know, a big weightless stick bait, and I just realized I could see that a lot better. You know, it's real bright colored as a white one. And I just wanted to make sure it fully had it, you know, in its mouth. And, you know, so it came on that Big Bite Baits Fighting Frog, and that's what I got my big one on yesterday.
Well, Clifford, great job. You gave us a wonderful, we were just talking about the lore and legend of this particular area, and that goes right in the book right there. We will never forget this moment. One more look at this giant from Clifford Perch.
And Tommy, we have covered Clifford for a long time. That's the first time he actually answered us quickly on what he caught that fish on.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe that's how you
love it.
That's how you're able to keep doing it. That's how you're able to keep doing it. Clifford Perch, and man, we've seen him. I mean, we've seen him be the big fish guy many times before. We mentioned that earlier, including down here in the state of Florida. Let's take you back, if we can, to 2019. Take a look at this one. This is right into the legend book as well.
Very nice conditions this morning.
Yeah, St. John's River, and
clarity is
looks a lot like the same kind of habitat he is hunting here on Harris.
Got a little different wind angle, and just trying to figure out what phase they're in, what's going on with it. Oh gosh, giant. I guess they're in top water phase. Golly. Oh my gosh, it's giant. Golly. Oh, God. Thank you, Lord.
That one was a little bit more green than his. He managed to get that double-digit possible bedfish much easier, but man, what a shot across the bow with big fish.
Yeah, this one right here, Ronnie, a lot bigger than that topwater fish. I mean, that is a Central Florida Leviathan. I mean, that's a stud.
And he's got room to grow, still with one less than 2 pounds and one at 2 pounds in his live well. They may be gone once this one gets a hold of him, but still has two that are very callable.
Rick was wondering if he's going to be able to make it to that top 10. He's looking pretty good for it right now, but hey, there's still a lot of time left. You never know who's going to stumble on another one like that, because they do live here.
Tommy, if you're like a 10-inch or 12-inch male, what would you do if that thing came up wanting to snuggle up?
Hey, honey.
I don't know. We will contemplate that for a few minutes. Plenty of action going on here at the Harris Chain.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Right in the thick of it, a semifinal Saturday on the Harris Chain here. But 2 weeks from today, we will be in the thick of it on the second day of the World Championship. The Bass of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, March 4th, 5th, and 6th. There is no tournament, not even close, as important as this one right here. Most important tournament in the sport of fishing, single tournament. We will get our world champion. It might be Hank Cherry from there in the Carolinas. If so, he will be the first angler ever to win 3 consecutive classics, but plenty more storylines like that up in Ronnie Moore country, up in the Carolinas. You're the Carolina kid.
Yeah.
The classic, the fantasy wizard and the Carolina kid.
And I'm liking Lake Hartwell when it comes to the classic, because we see something different every time we're there. We've seen really cold weather. We've seen really warm weather. We've seen the last time we were there, 5 or 6 baits come into play for the winter. But before we get to the classic, I wanted to still stick on the Harris Chain. I wanted to talk about some fantasy implications over the last hour or two have been big for a lot of our fantasy fishing teams and the players that are specifically on them. So when it comes to obviously the biggest bass and the biggest bag of the event, those get bonus points. And I mentioned that earlier, but it's key because any swing of the bat in Florida, you can upgrade the biggest bass and have that for the whole tournament, which could help you maybe lead to the biggest bag of the event as well. Right now, Clifford Perch, he's trying to best himself, Tommy. He had an 813 on day 2. That's the biggest bass of the event. Meanwhile, Micah Frazier, 23 pounds, 14 ounces, is the biggest individual bag of the event. But today, with that 10-plus pounder, he will probably take over his own big bass mark, which will set that and extend it even farther. It'll be our first double digit in a few years. I do not believe we had one last year, but he was the biggest bass of last year, a 913, I believe, at Lake Fork by Clifford Perch. So, hey, he may have a new nickname, not only the Golden Ram, but the big bass manufacturer when we come to those states like Texas and Florida. Some other also guys that are catching big ones when it comes to today, making fantasy improvements for all their teams. John Cox, this is put in as a 9-pounder for him. He's been looking in those same canals in between that Beauclair and Apopka Canal off of there, and he has found a couple big ones, including that 9-pounder today. Brandon Lester, huge comeback for our day 1 leader, dropped out of our top 10 coming into today, but a 7-pounder there has him right at a shot of making the final day. So a lot of big bass are getting caught in the last hour or so that are affecting fantasy standings, but also who will compete in our top 10 tomorrow, because like you said, Tommy, there's like 6 or 7 guys in the top 10 within a pound of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So we won't know until the weigh-in. The weigh-in, of course, coming up at 3:30 Eastern right here on Bassmaster.com. So you'll definitely want to stick around for that. Z, has the complexion of this tournament changed? Is it kind of a new slate?
I don't know. That's the first time I ever heard the term a big bass manufacturer. Like, why didn't we go with a big bass fabricationist or something like that?
The Big Bass Manufacturers Association. We could start that.
If the lake is the factory, you have a manufacturer.
Listening to Clifford Perch when he caught that fish, and I mean, that dude has caught big ones. He's grown up fishing California and areas that have them. That if you looked at a 7 to 9 pounder that Brandon Lester had and a guy like John Cox, that fish was exponentially bigger than what those guys caught earlier. And the one thing to really watch these last couple hours on Bassmaster Live, really watching, keeping your eye on Bass Track, it does seem like as this tournament's gone along, a lot of those bigger, shallow water bites have shown up, and that's what it's going to take to keep in the mix against those guys in Banana Cove, except for, I think David Mullins has fished a pretty eerily similar tournament to John Cruz last week as far as making calls on when to leave, when to stay, and late day calls elsewhere up in Griffin. I think that's David Mullins has been a handful offshore all week long for sure.
Good point right there. If you look at that still photo that Ronnie showed, you might say that's doctored or that's a lens thing or something like this. Well, here's the verification for you right here. This thing is massive.
By the Big Bass Manufacturer, Clifford Perch.
Yeah, there you go.
It's 10 or 12 pounds. Get out of that jump, baby. Get out of there. Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. 12. It's a 12. Inside the mouth. Inside the mouth. Yes, oh my gosh. Thank you, Lord. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you, Lord. That's all of 10, guys. That's all of 10. I've caught 12s, 13s. That is right in that neighborhood, dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Lord. Let's get her in the water.
That thing's a freak.
Yeah, it is.
What'd you call it, Clifford?
Yeah, that fish.
Oh, Central Florida Demon Shoveling Sugar Pan.
Why would he say it's
David Mullins, top end of?
Why would Clifford Perch, after saying it was 12 pounds at least 3 times there, come back to
That was his marshal who said that more
10.
than anyone. Yeah, the marshal's saying 12.
No, but then he said he's caught
said it one
12s
time,
and
yeah.
13. Yeah. We'll put them on the scales and see.
We shall see.
There's a bite. He's got it. Might be a good one. Come in here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We needed that, boys. Oh, pick up a worm. Man, he ate that thing good. Whew. Give me some of that, Herndon. Huh? How about that?
Gets rid of a 2 1/4, and he should be back in the lead with that fish. There's 1-5 back on Bass Track.
There's another one.
Been an hour and a half since his last keeper. He said, I needed that one. He got it. Your new leader. David Mullins, for the time being, on top.
Top of the event, the AOY.
Haven't seen him lose one this week.
There's another one. Ah, little one. Must be a little hard spot there or something.
He loves him some offshore grass, Z, and we got to see him. We won't see it probably in the 2022 Classic, but we got to see it at Gunnersville, around some bridges, and also some offshore grass as well. Mullins just kind of came into his rhythm the last 3 years.
Very good.
This was David Mullins on Lake Gunnersville a couple of years ago. Trying to knock it out on that final day, starting off on one of the many bridges of Lake Gunnersville. Get hammered, absolutely throttled by the hour this time of year and all year.
13th place there. He'll fish his third Classic here in a couple of weeks. Less than a couple of weeks, David Mullins, Lake Hartwell.
And he could have had this could be his fourth Classic appearance, but when he won the Open a few years ago at Douglas, he was not able to complete the rest of the Open season. He had only fished that event, did not get to make the Classic for the rest of them, but a win's a win.
Yeah.
David Mullins making some key changes. We got Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Ray Hanselman.
Well,
right
my
now.
main two lures been this hybrid hunter, the big one and the little one. I caught my big fish today on the small one up on top of the grass, but 90% of my weight's been on the big one. It's, I'm fishing on a power tackle, 8-foot swim bait rod, kind of a moderate.
Take it out real quick.
Got a unique build, gives it a different wobble, and it's obnoxiously loud.
Okay.
Today I've had to slow it down a little bit. In the deeper grass, but I've been burning it as fast as I could reel it almost. But today, the 3 good ones I've caught with it today have been off a little bit, away from that grass, a little bit deeper, shorter grass, and it dives a little deeper if I don't burn it. So. Hooked a big one right here yesterday. Little patch of eelgrass in this corner.
Hanselman, let's get on over to Bernie Schultz once again. Need to put some more good size in the boat if he wants a shot at the top 10. Blustery where Bernie is, and he's hooked up.
I have not seen many spinning rods in that area.
No.
A little bit with John Cruz on day 1.
£2 maybe.
We need them a little bigger than that. 2 or 3 of them a little bit bigger than that. Bernie to get back into the mix in the top 10. That's what today is all about. Let's Check out some Striker Daily Trivia here. Which major motion picture did filming in the Harris Chain region? Would it be Cape Fear, African Queen, River of No Return, or The Water Boy?
I've met some people in Leesburg that look like Water
Come
Boy.
on now, be kind. It's our fantastic host city now. Come on. We'll have the answer when we return.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Less than 2 hours for the first flight anglers to fish on this very important day, semifinal Saturday at the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. Got to be in the top 10 at the end of today. We got to go back and check out our Striker Daily Trivia for you here in just a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that answer you might want to offer for this question. Again, we will read it to you. Which major motion picture did filming in the Harris Chain region? Was it Cape Fear, the African Queen, River of No Return, or The Water Boy, Z?
I'm going to go with come out wherever you are. You're going to learn about loss. I'm going A, Cape Fear, Max Katie.
All right,
man. Learn about loss, right there.
Okay, Ronnie?
It was not River of No Return. I know that.
Oh, well, that was going to be mine because I know none of those movies except The Water Boy, thus my movie taste. I'll take African Queen, B.
That's one of my favorite movies, too, and just on that basis, I will go with you on B, Ronnie Moore. Let's see who's got the right one on this one.
Well,
It's
D is out
undoubtedly
because
D.
it
It is the African Queen.
Major motion picture, African Queen. Yeah, and,
Whoa, what?
And somebody bought it in a field in Ocala and took it down to Key West. They rehabbed it, or it's Key Largo, and you can take a ride on it right now.
Oh my God!
I cannot, funny though.
When he was sitting behind that dumpster, and he was going to chase down that attorney. Could that be you? Would that be you?
We're back in Cape Fear too.
Saying the Water Boy's not.
We get to visit all those
That's
places
awesome.
today. We get to visit Cape Fear a lot. Davey Hyde out on the water right now. Davey, whereabouts are you, and what's on your mind as we go into this last couple hours of fishing?
Well, there's only one place to be on the Harris Chain of Lakes, and that is Banana Cove. And I know that's not what Bernie Schultz wants us to call it, but it is Banana Cove officially for us here on Bass Live. And it's really cool that when I was here yesterday, there was 45 to 50 boats. You really couldn't idle around, but I've found an area that there's not any boats in, within 100 yards of me, and I've been idling, looking at my mega down imaging and side imaging, and it's really incredible that this area has a lot more little contour changes in it than anywhere else I've ever seen. I fished here many, many years ago before our electronics was this good, so I've never really had the opportunity to look at the bottom like I have since Ashley and I have got here, and it's really incredible. You see the little patches of hydrilla, you see the shell beds, and you see the little subtle changes in the depth.
Davey, not to walk down political highway, but we actually talked about a tournament that Bernie Schultz brought up yesterday back in the 90s, early 90s, I believe it was, that Mike Folkstead won here fishing a lot of the man-made canals, and it was greasy, man. It was a grimy tournament. It only took like 10 to 12 pounds a day to win. For folks at home that maybe don't understand a lot about habitat and the critical presence of vegetation, talk about what the Harris Chain is now compared to what it was in the 90s because of that grass.
Yeah, Z, I mean, back in those days, and that was even just a little bit before my time, like 90, 91, 92, and they had a string of megabucks here about 5 years in a row, I think it was, and that was just a little before my time, but I was reading every word of Bassmaster magazine back then, so I'm very familiar with it. The fishing was so tough here because they had depleted most of the vegetation. I mean, and it was really tough. I mean, it's incredible now with all the pressure that we talk about this place gets. The fishing is so much better now, it isn't even funny. But the vegetation means everything. The water quality, the water clarity, and the fishing is just so much better because of it. And you can see it so obvious here now because this is a big lake. If you've never been on Big Lake Harris, it's a big lake. And this is the area with hydrilla, and this is where it seems like every fish that can be here wants to live right now.
Davey, really for the first time this entire tournament, I mean, we started off, we kind of throw darts at a dartboard and guess who's going to catch them on the first day of this event when we put cameras out. And all signs pointed at guys that were fishing shallow, and really throughout this tournament, guys that have been fishing shallow, one of them being Clifford Perch and a bunch of others. Right now, it seems if there's ever a shift in this tournament with guys that are excelling shallow, it's really as the tournament has gone on that they've stayed in the mix. You look at Brandon Lester, John Cox, Clifford Perch. It seems like guys, and Jay Shakur down in Apopka, the shallow water guys are still hanging on right now.
Yeah, it's been surprising. This whole week has been surprising. You talk to the anglers, and Z, I know you do. Ronnie does, talking to the anglers a lot during practice. It seems like those bigger fish have just gotten fewer and farther in between, but there's still a few that haven't spawned yet. There's still a few like Clifford Perch, and I had confidence that they certainly hadn't all spawned. But what's been really surprising is this has been more of a post-spawn event with so many fish being caught offshore like this. But the other thing is those bigger fish that have left the bank to come out to the hydrilla, they haven't been able to catch them very well. And we, Brian Schmidt catching that 8.2 this morning, that's the only real, chunk that I've seen caught offshore this week. And it's really, really surprising. But speaking of Clifford Perch, I really went out on a limb a little bit yesterday and said there'd be a double-digit fish caught. I think we might have one.
I believe you're right, Davey Hyde. I do have a broad stroke question on Florida lakes. Whether it's here or call it St. Johns River or Okeechobee, this time of year, you see a lot of those fish either, very, very shallow water vegetation, or you see them on a lake like this or St. Johns River on shell beds. But for the massive amount of 5.5 to 10 pound bass, when they're not there, do you think a lot of the big population of giant females in Florida are just out in the middle of nowhere because you don't see them all year long?
I do, Z, and I think that's kind of the evolution of our electronics, because years ago, if you could find a shell bed, I mean, honestly, it hasn't been that long ago to try to find a shell bed. A lot of guys, including myself, would just drag a Carolina rig. I bet you've done it, Z. Just drag a Carolina rig around until you felt shell, and it was literally like hunting a needle in a haystack. But when you found that, there would be so often it would be a big school of those bigger fish. But now those places get fished each and every day, and we're in Florida. These lakes get fished 365 days a year, and with the electronics we have now, those fish don't go out there and just get left alone. Those fish get fished for each and every day. So I think what you're saying is exactly right. A lot of those bigger fish just go out and roam, and they don't set up on these places like they once did as well, especially with the shad spawn going on. They can just move around with those big balls of bait.
Davey, yesterday when you said that last week's halftime show was like down 3 or 4, I was like, you're so... No. if it did rank 3 or 4, Davey, here was my question after we got off the air. What was first, second, and third? What topped it in your mind, Davey? Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Maybe that's in the next few years. I couldn't put a number one. Maybe there's going to be 1, 2, and 3.
Davey, you know
I liked it, Z. You're calling me out.
I know.
Davey, you prophesied a double-digit fish. It came true. Give us one more prediction, bold prediction for tomorrow, Championship Sunday.
You asked for a bold prediction. I'm going to do it. I might be wrong here, but I really think we won't know who the winner is. I don't think we'll have a runaway. I think we'll have to watch Lisa and Dave put them on a scale before we know who the winner is tomorrow afternoon. I think it'll be too close to call.
And that's what we love, right? We don't want a runaway. We want what Davey said right there. Davey Hyde, thank you so much. Davey Hyde, out there on the water.
That sounds like Shaggy a little bit. Scooby-Doo.
Plenty more to come. There's more fish in time. We might see another giant before it's all over today. Today's a big day. You got to be on that list right there at the end of the day if you want a shot at those hard to attain Elite Series trophies. David Mullins on top by ounces. More to come.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Kenta, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Oh, there it is. Florida in all its finery, the Spanish moss, the sunshine. We do have some sunshine now. This incredible place. SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain, this Leesburg, Florida. Beautiful town, gorgeous place. A lot of Bassmaster history here. And absolutely, it's been great. I mean, the lead up has been great weather. Pretty much good weather through this thing. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us our conditions to expect tomorrow. A high of 76. That may be a little warmer than it is today, and then we'll move on to a low of 56 and predicted sunny, Mark Zona.
Yes, no doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. And the one thing interesting about that, we have not had one full sunny day this entire tournament so far. And the other thing, looking at our unofficial leaderboard, here is what is very interesting right now. 5 out of the top 10 guys fishing offshore, like this group right here, and the other 5 have risen to the top in the top 10 fishing shallow. Could make for a very, very interesting dynamic going to Championship Sunday. One of those anglers slinking on in shallow. Brian Schmidt, Bassmaster Live.
Scott Martin is the most recent to get in our top 10 with a 7-pounder. He's up to about 18 on the day.
Hey, ain't gonna help.
And we're starting to get late in the day, so your shallow water anglers going in the final day. If it was now, John Cox, Jay Shakurat, Scott Martin, Clifford Perch, Brandon Lester, your offshore group led by this guy right here, Ray Hanselman and David Mullins, Kenta Kimura, Buddy Gross, and for the most part, Brian Schmidt. So 50% pretty much offshore, the other 50 up shallow.
There's a great storyline to hang your hat on and pick your favorites for tomorrow based on that. We'll see how it. None of it's set in stone until after the weigh-in today. That's when all those weights become official. Ray Hanselman currently 15 ounces unofficially behind David Mullins.
And to talk about those plugs, you heard, or we talked about Rick Clunn passing on a little bit of love to Bernie Schultz with saying a bigger profile, a 2.5. Difference between a square bill and the L shape that's on that hybrid Hunter. Granted, both of them have a big profile, Tommy. They're a bulky plug. But that hybrid Hunter, it's a Texas gig, and really a guy, Todd Castledine, great fisherman in Texas, has the biggest proponent of that bait. The reason why is that bait comes, surprisingly, with all the trebles, comes through grass very, very well compared to other plugs. The other thing is a lot of straight-lipped square bill crankbaits dive. They dive into grass where you got a ripping and a tearing, a ripping and a tear. That hybrid Hunter runs more at a horizontal action instead of diving into the grass, so it stays a lot cleaner being a horizontal plug.
Got it.
But that has been a common theme around Banana Cove is the guys that have thrown plugs, whether it's Clunn, Bernie Schultz, saw a little bit with David Mullins earlier today. Seems the bigger profile bait, even with the pressure, bigger profile bait has been key this week.
Well, I suppose if I was Ray Hanselman or David Mullins.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess. What's he talking? I would want the same mix of sun and clouds that I've had every day. I mean, that's...
I'm listening to you, Tommy.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That sounds.
Tommy, what you just said right there. The only thing I think, all honesty, I think a lot of the guys in the Lane Park area, Banana Cove, I think they've been benefited by the clouds with the shad spawn the first 2 hours, and I don't think we're going to have that for the most part tomorrow.
So, a little bit of a hindrance for 3 of the 4 that we're looking at right now.
Well, when we were on Fox this morning, that bite did not last long in there today. No. It was done pretty quick. The other scenario in there, we got an east wind tomorrow. Should be a lot calmer in there compared to the northern breeze that we've had in there at least all day long today. And we had that southwest wind on day 1. It's going to be a different set of variables in that area that's been throttled this week.
Calmer, good or bad for those folks?
It's hard to say, man, for the simple fact that a lot of the big fish that we've had on camera have come behind that island in very calm water. So, but I do think some of the wind has, when we were with Kenta Kimura earlier today, that he was in the teeth of the wind where he was doing a lot of his damage.
Kenta Kimura, one of the best limits of the day, just about 20 pounds. Good limit. Just under that for Brandon Lester. Jay Shakir, 21.5 pounds. And
kind of seems like just better catches a little bit across the board today than yesterday.
I would say.
And the day before a little bit,
It's a little bit more like day 1.
Yeah. I think you're going to see the biggest stringer of the tournament today.
Okay.
Biggin. Giant. Go back around here. Finally. Second good bite we've had out here. And he had it. I'll gladly take him. Gladly. On a day like today. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what, let me do this. Anchor here.
Puts Whitaker back in the hunt for a top 10 spot.
On this side.
You got a 12-ouncer suit still?
Yeah.
12 ounces.
That's gone now.
That totally's gone, yeah.
Oh man.
He's more than 4 pounds out of the cut right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4-pound coal there, and you would have had a 3-pound coal with this one, probably, replacing a 1-pounder.
He'd fall the 21st. He had 5 for 6.5 pounds.
Notice he didn't go to swing that last one. This one, costly. A little bit earlier, Jake Whitaker.
Well, he started 3rd place after 20 pounds, 9 ounces, and 18.11.
And it's one of those things I know you did, you talked to all the top 10 Z, but I talked to Whitaker asking him about like how many he thinks would fish there today, how many of the top 47 would be there, and if being in the first flight, the top 24 get to go out 15 minutes before the last guys show up, that if in those 15 minutes you get to stake out a specific region of that to start on, and he said, yeah, I cannot really triangulate exactly where some of us have gotten bites. I've gotten them right beside somebody across the flat, some right here on this spot, but it's really just a big mixture, and so I've just got to get in a routine where I want, the wind to blow. So you get in the wrong circulation there behind an angler maybe, and you end up with 10 pounds instead of 18.
Actually, during our break, live mix sesh, and it was a power sesh with Swindle and Matty Roberts. And That's an interesting combination, if you really say that out
I
loud.
listened to some of that. It's very good.
And I will tell you that they brought that up, Ron. They said, that not everybody that fished there made the cut. A lot of the guys that we've had cameras with have made it look pretty easy in that area, especially on numbers of 2 to 2.5 pounders. But that was not the case for a lot of folks. And Eddie Robertson giving warning, Tommy. He ain't scared to take your job, Jack.
I hear you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm hearing footprints, as they say in the football business.
Exactly.
How much of a delay are we working with if he does take our jobs, Tommy?
Well, here's what he said.
You know what?
He's found out the last 2 tournaments. Number one, our job ain't that hard. It's not.
The bar is low. Yeah, I don't delay or not. Hey, 2 can play that naughty game, Ronnie.
Absolutely.
Are you saying, Tom Sanders, you're going to get out on the elite trail if you do a little swap spot with
I'm
him?
not saying, but I'm just saying, okay?
Are you a folding seat guy or a butt seat guy?
You are so full of it.
You're so...
Scott Martin just called out a fish to 18.5 pounds. He's still 7th place, but he's 3.5 back of the lead. So our top 7 right now are pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Not gonna do it. Probably shouldn't even
you'll
wait.
find this interesting about
2.
that Scott Martin Such, what you were talking about, Suchi McButterpants, that he has not been in a Popka the majority of where he has not been there today that much.
And I would love to tomorrow be able to break that down because there are some very interesting areas that have not factored on any of the cameras all week. And if we get one with him, that is a very cool area.
Yes.
Starting to impress yourself, aren't you?
How many of those have I plugged into fast track? I ain't no telling. 11 years.
Yep. Wow.
Jamie Hartman about to the point where he's kind of in need of a couple of upgrades here. Help from that one.
That's right. He was in some pretty shallow water right there. That scares me right there. That means they're biting. So I best catch them on this stretch right here.
That one catch from Whitaker just popped in. They put it as a 4 even, moves him from 22nd to 11th.
Wow. Yeah.
And now he's about a pound from the cut, you know?
Yeah, 15 ounces back.
So those guys like Lester and even Whitaker, if they sneak into the top 10, what could have been with a win if they have a 10 to 11 pound day on their record, like Lester did yesterday, like Whitaker does today. Those guys who had a less than 12 pound day, is hard to win on the elites like that.
Bob Downey had that same story, although he almost made it happen last week.
Yeah, exactly. That's inconceivable that you can have 73 pounds and change, I believe. What was it, 73 for
second place? Yeah,
for
around,
Downey.
And that 4 back of,
and that 56 and change was just 2 days of the 4. Yeah. You fished 4 days. That's crazy.
Yeah, and if the weights compress a little bit, at least from say 6 down to 10, this could be one of those, you know, what Davey said, this could be one of those championship Sundays where Big Bag wins.
That makes for an exciting day.
Yes, yes.
Nobody running away with it makes for a much better day, too.
No.
I got something for you guys from Matt Dowd, one of our great numbers guys. I pull from the databases from him, and when I think about some numbers, I ask him, and he retrieves some for me. I asked for maybe a top list of Elite Series Big Bass of all time, just in case Clifford Purchase maybe make some history today. He said that if it was a 10 even, a 10-pound 0-ouncer, that would be the 75th biggest bass in Elite Series history, a 10 even.
Wow.
And that shows you how many there are between 20th and 10th, because 20th is only 10 pounds, 13 ounces. So there are 55 bass in Elite Series history in that 12 to 13 ounce range. So over double digits as well. So that's incredible.
Kind of trivia on the biggest bass caught here in an open from a few years ago. I hope we get to see that before it's all over.
If it does break maybe 11-2, it'll break John Cruz's mark, which is the only Florida bass in the top 20 for biggest basses of all time.
Oh man.
Got a lot going on.
I'll say.
Looking down the standings, Brendan Polnick has 4 fish. He's got a 7-pounder. He's 29th place. He's 1 5.5-pounder from making the top 10. It could be done. And we saw Stetson Blaylock yesterday. The 8-7 in the final moments of fishing come in and make a monster climb.
Yes, we did. That was, man, yeah. Clutch. Totally clutch.
Kind of surprised at the weigh-in when we saw that, actually.
Yeah.
One dynamic that you've seen today, you heard Brian New say that he got a little love from Brian Schmidt and was able to come into an area in Banana Cove and do some damage yesterday, making the cut, making what he called, payday, getting to today and backing out. And looking at what he has right now, Brian New, 5 fish for 5 pounds. They have an interesting dynamic, how they work together, kind of sneak into Saturday and then lay off of each other's areas. Only the big ones, Tommy. That's all we're focused on.
I know. That's what
all
people
day,
want to see.
AD.
People want to see that. Let's just start with the biggest of the bigs right here. Clifford.
By the way, Tommy,
yeah.
big hats off to that marshal right there, seizing that footage.
Lamar Lucas rolling with Clifford Purchase
Hats
today.
off
Lamar Lucas.
Jamie Hartman. The big ones. It's not all official, but it seems to me like the big ones have shown up a little bit more today than they have on any
Agree with that,
year.
100%. Yes,
Woo.
yes.
Ray Hanselman, giant right there. Good stuff. That's what you come down here for. And of course, we come down here also to spread some Striker Daily trivia around, and we're going to do that more right now.
There it is.
What did Jared sprayed it out? Jared Miller's Big Bass in 2012 Open on the Harris Chain Cup. Jared Miller's Big Bass 2012 Open Harris Chain. What did it weigh? 12.2, 11.10, 11.9, or 11.4? Very, very close together, those options right there. That's going to be a tight one. When we come back, we'll roll it out.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Little more than an hour, including that right there, travel time for the first flight guys out there among our 47 who are fishing today to make it into the top 10. With the SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. This is semifinal Saturday. This is Striker Daily Trivia that we posed to you a little bit earlier. What did Jared Miller's Big Bass, the 2012 Open here on the Harris Chain, what did it weigh? 12.2, 11.10, 11.9, or 11.4, Mark Zona?
Oh, I'm kind of trying to decipher Such's little reindeer games. I'm going with the 11.10.
11.10, Ronnie?
I know it's not A, and I think I'm going to go with D, 11.4.
All right, well, I'll go with 11.9, just to so no one gets offended.
Z is correct.
11,
this is the second largest bass in an Open ever. Kyle Fox in the Kissimmee 12.5 is the largest ever in an Open.
And I know that it wasn't 11.14 or more because the 10th biggest bass in history of bass is 11.14. And that was by a high school angler.
Toho Garrett Rockamoka 11.9. Rockamora, yes. Jared Miller 11.10. You know, he's going to be in the Classic this year. We'll see him in a couple of weeks.
Qualified through the nation.
Yeah.
Sure.
He was an elite from
13 to 15,
12 to 15, yeah.
And that beautiful cruise through the canal we were just treated to right there. Let's get out to Buddy Gross. Time clicking away, Buddy. Pretty good shape. Fourth as it stands right now.
Feels like a decent one. I don't know if it'll call or not. I know there'd be a fish on it though.
Buddy Gross has made his way into Eustis, out of Harris.
I always kind of think Buddy's quitting on him once in a while because he drops his rod and doesn't use the bend of the rod. It hasn't pointed straight at the fish, but he's still going at it.
He said, I asked him about that after Pickwick last year. He said he can control the tension much better, he feels, straight at the fish. Rather than having to account for a jump with a bend in the rod and it goes slack and you can't catch up. And that was his principle, but he did land a 5-pounder with skin hooked yesterday. So
you can't argue with his results.
Twice, right around it. Cannot see her. Unless I'm too close.
Get rid of that pounder.
But I had my chance.
Tyler
That's all I
Rivette.
can ask for.
With a good day today. Ronnie, you'll like this, was dedicating today to his girlfriend, Kendall, unless he said he went out and sucked.
What's a good day,
exact
though? Is
words
making the
last
top
night.
10? You know, if he makes the top 10, is that a good
That's
day?
right.
Or, you know, top 20 is still a good day?
If he makes, I think top 10 is what he was hunting.
Okay.
Just listening to, you know, what his thought process was on that.
Well, that's how you cover your bases, I guess.
Wow. I'm going to steal one from you, Such. A BFA, a big-time pick percentage for fantasy fishing as well. Drew Benton, 8-pounder, jumped into 13th place now from a dismal day. A dismal day, was down in the 30s now. Back up into 13th with an 8-pounder.
Boy, things are changing, aren't they? We were in the boat with Drew so much on day one. That was the most head-scratching and quizzical expressions I've seen in a while. It just really was hard to explain, you know, why he was not
thriving
Kind
out
of
there.
working a different spot
And
now. but
and
I'm gonna
Drew
give it
Benton,
like two
like you were
casts to see if they
talking, Such, he's
sit
one
still.
bite away from making our top 10.
He's got a couple 1.5 pounders in there in his 16-pound bag. 13th place.
Today, we maybe have seen more 7+ pounders today than we've seen the first 2 days of competition.
I'd agree with that.
And normally on a
Agreed.
Saturday of an elite event, it's a downturn, just because of all the other factors that come in, wearing on the fish for a couple days, local traffic and anglers on Saturdays, conditions changing normally on the weekend. Yet we've seen more big ones today than any other day.
A straight flush. Clifford Perch, 10-0. John Cox, 9-0. Brian Schmidt, 8. Drew Benton, 8. Lester, 7. Polnick, 7. Scott Martin, 7. And then we got the 6.
Just a bunch of
guys on
good
6.
fish.
Well, these fish are good.
Is it a straight flush if it's an 11 though, Such? I don't think it would be.
Well, that'd be a face card, wouldn't it?
We're into it.
I think that's, in honesty,
I got the only chance
looking
I'm
at
gonna
David
get.
Mullins and really Jay Shakurit, for the most part, their bags are 3.5 to 5 pounders. Everybody else, it seems, in that top 10, they're anchored by a big one.
Yep. Let's go. I can tell.
Stetson Blaylock needing to make something happen. Certainly did just exactly that yesterday. Very, very late. He might be headed for where he wrapped it up yesterday.
See the majority of our anglers that were down in a Popka starting to make their way back, at least at or near the lock, getting out of a Popka. David Mullins, same thing, different direction, heading back from Griffin.
I got my mouth full. Get my lunch in while I can.
Keith Combs coming back from a nice day down in the Popka, 16 pounds. Right now in 23rd place. He needed that.
Let's take it over to Micah Frazier.
Slow day for Micah.
Yeah, not been what he wants it to be.
Uncharacteristically missed this year's Classic, won't be fishing at Hartwell in the next week or two, but every point this season will go towards that and doesn't want to give back too many today.
Ooh, somebody that's had good history on Hartwell, too.
Yeah. Couple bucks up fighting a little bit. I'm hoping there's a female or two. Second, hopefully get it done.
Back out to Jake Whitaker, just one spot out of the top 10.
With still a bunch of room to grow. One evens in there.
Mm-hmm. And that's a little bit what, the benefit of Whitaker and guys like Kimura, Hanselman, Brian Schmidt, a lot of the other anglers that are coming back from Griffin, coming back from Apopka. These guys are going to have all the time they need to only have a few minute run back to Leesburg.
Yeah, out of a 24-hour, 3 days, 8 hours of fishing each day, basically. I mean, they have fished for 23 of it.
Yeah.
The whole
That's an
tournament.
advantage, of course.
And you feel like you have a lot more opportunity of shots on goal on a grass flat. You don't know when, but you feel like you're around fish almost every cast, possibly.
Jamie Hartman, a few minutes ago, he says, oh no, bad news. They're catching him. He was looking down the back there. They're catching him. That's bad news. That means I got to catch some more right now. He knows where he is.
Jamie Hartman not going to Apopka today like he has the last 2 days. Kind of lived in Harris and Dora all day long today.
The only angler to really spend time in Dora. Brad Watley was around the Dora Beauclair connection, but other than that.
Leader kind of working his way back.
Z, you think we have 4 different leaders for this 4 days of the Harris chain?
Yes.
Seeing that we could have 3 of our leaders fishing tomorrow, you know, Lester makes it, Gross, and possibly Micah Mullins.
I think so. I think you're going to have 4 different leaders. Tommy, another movie that was actually shot down here from back in the 80s, a great movie. If you remember the movie Southern Comfort. Remember that movie? Old.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, old
Bunch of guys
Pierce Brosnan movie.
A lot of running around in pine thickets and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was actually shot right down here.
That was kind of that was a staple of the early cable movie networks. They would run that.
It was.
Day and night.
And it was a good one.
Yeah,
it was very, very, very creepy.
Super creepy. Yeah.
Yes. Great movie, though.
Do remember it.
Good memory on that, Tommy. It was not shot in this area, but I just wanted to, that was just a really good movie.
No, I would say it was shot around Covington, Louisiana, or Alexandria, or someplace like that.
That's very,
like.
very fair. Yes. Yes.
These little locks now, Ronnie, are they manned? I mean, or do you push a button, or what happens?
Oh, most of the time, you know, they will be manned for maybe an Elite Series event or an Open.
okay.
They will be manned, but there is a phone number or a bell that you can ring, and most of the time that person's either not far away or they live in a house right near the lock.
Okay.
They hop over there and can open it up. This one, unlike the Apopka one, which is only like 3 boats or so to fill, I mean, this is about an 8 to 15 boat lock. And it's still very, very quick because the drop, that's the thing that makes the locks. Obviously, some locks are huge that take on barges for shipping and whatnot. Yeah. Not the case here, but much smaller, much quicker, less of a water drop.
Yeah, right. Are you okay, bud? Glad there wasn't a hooker. Glad there wasn't a hooker. Been in your cheeks.
What's your plan tomorrow? They want to talk to you.
If I make tomorrow, what's my plan? Just the same thing I've been doing. I think these fish are spawning now more. I had more bites today that missed it, and the fish are getting a little bit smaller. And then, you know, when I played around with the worm just a little while ago, I caught that good one, throw right back in there, catch a little one. So I'm assuming that's the female first, the male second, didn't have any more bites there, and catch another one. So those fish are starting to spawn out there on that flat. So, you know, I might try to get up there and do the same thing early and then go to more of a slower presentation if I get to make it. So I don't know, we'll see and see if it pans out. But I can tell that, you know, there's a difference in the fish since the day 3 of practice and right now. They're not, you know, they were really eating the first day of the tournament. And each day it's got a little slower and get a little slower. And I think that means they're starting to spawn, and that wave that I was catching are spawning out there on that flat now. So we'll see. We've had a good day. I can't complain with the day.
Well, that's a word from the leader right there. What he kind of has planned in broad strokes for tomorrow.
If he makes it.
And that's something to really, yes, it's something to really pay attention to what he was saying right there, that these fish have really started to shift gears from
Just a little.
really chasing, really feeding well, almost like they were kind of the group of fish, at least that David Mullins has been on, were a lot more pre-spawny earlier in this tournament, to where he feels maybe that wave of fish is starting to lock on in his exact areas. Marathon Peak Performance, David Mullins did a lot of work today with a bigger profile square bill crankbait that we did not see earlier in the tournament.
Come in here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A couple Carolina rig fish mixed in there. Marathon Peak Performance. David Mullins not starting off as fast as he did the first 2 days of this tournament, but just all really solid quality for David Mullins. And I'm going to say his Marathon Peak Performance is that area that he goes to secondary up in Griffin, taking that time to lock through, lock back through later in the day. It has paid off, at least for 2 of the 3 days so far, your Marathon Peak Performance.
If he indeed turns out to be the leader at the end of the day, you will look at his weight different than you'll look at someone who had an 8 in there or a 9.
Yeah,
He's
very dangerous.
He's quite possibly more capable of replicating that than someone who's got a couple of near double-digit fish in his boat.
That's a big one. All right. Let's go, let's go. Same spot as yesterday.
You also wonder, Tommy, if Mullins starts maybe back at the same spot in the Banana Cove region just to get a limit. He did catch some fish quickly this morning, and then culled them all out.
Absolutely.
So that's why the times are deceiving on that peak performance, is that's when all of the fish that are in his live well. But he did leave that area with the comfort of 5 bass, which is key.
Yep.
There we go.
Be kicking yourself
Stay on.
if you did
Please
not
stay on.
start in that area.
Please stay on. Oh, look at the size of that fish. Please stay on. Please stay on. Don't jump, don't jump. Got it all the way down her throat. Thank you, Lord.
Got a 1.7 as the smallest.
Got it.
That's a good one. You need about a 6.5 to make the cut, to climb up and go.
I don't know if it's that, but he'll be right close to that cut line, won't he?
Good one for Bernie right there. Very, very much needed bass right there for Bernie Schultz.
Looking to make his 20th top 20 with Bassmaster.
Oh, and Drew Benton just got in our top 10 with a 5.12. He's over 20 pounds, 7th place.
About that. Yeah.
I mean, a BFA out of nowhere.
Nice catch for
a lot of things. A lot of things changing on this body of water right now, hearing that with Drew Benton.
Big fish showing up big time, especially in the second half of this all-important semifinal Saturday. More to come.
The SiteOne Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota Toyota. And by Berkeley.
Got a few minutes left in our presentation of Bassmaster Live today. In Leesburg, our fantastic host city. It's always our headquarters here in the Venetian Gardens there on Harris Lake, the Big Harris Lake. The big lakes and these 8 lakes that compose the Harris chain. So much history going on around here, and we're going to get you up to date on, well, anything that happens late here as best we can. A lot of our anglers are on their way back, including our leader, David Mullins, Mark Zone.
Really, I think one of the stories of that top 10, Tommy Sanders, to keep your eye on. We talked about it, pretty much a mix. Half of our anglers in the top 10 shallow, half offshore. But number 4, Buddy Gross, who started off so fast this morning, absolutely knocked their lights out for the first hour, really has not been able to make any upgrade since then. Been a little bit of a slow afternoon for Buddy Gross when you thought he had a lot of room to play today and experiment. But this was the big shot earlier that got Clifford Perch back into it, well, for the first time in our top 10.
Yeah.
Earlier today with Clifford Perch.
Oh my gosh. Oh, yes. 12. It's a 12. Inside the mount. Inside the mount.
Yes,
oh
sir.
my gosh. Thank you, Lord. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you, Lord. That's all of 10, guys. That's all of 10. I've caught 12s, 13s. That is right in that neighborhood, dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Lord. Let's get her in the water. Oh gosh. Thank you, Lord.
Man, that bass is bizarre. That is the fatted calf right there. This was earlier, first part of the day with Brian Schmidt.
No doubt, Tommy, one thing that you definitely made note of, this was early today with Brian Schmidt. There's just been a lot bigger fish today, really, at least on camera, than the first 2 days combined. Giant for Brian Schmidt. I mean, that's an 8-pounder, and it looks like a dwarf compared to that thing that Clifford Perch caught.
Yeah. Color as well. That is definitely a fresh, newer fish.
Fresh fish. Fresh fish.
We'll get a weight on that Clifford Perch fish, the official weight. It'll be interesting to see what it is. That happens at the weigh-in, which is coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time, not that far away, 45 minutes exact, right here on Bassmaster.com. Let's get out to Micah Frazier.
Kind of pondering what that Clifford Perch fish really does weigh. It would need to weigh 12.1 to get in the top 10 all time.
Oh, really?
I don't think it's there. I don't think it's there.
Close? Over 11?
No, Such, it would need to be, all time. For the elites, it needs to
The
be
elites.
11-3. 11-3 for the elites to be in the top 10 all time.
Frustrating day for Micah Frazier.
Wow.
Bernie Schultz in need of one more good keeper. He's got room to grow, but boy, he's going to need a pretty solid 5-pounder, 5+. But it's possible. It's doable. Buddy Gross looking good. Fish tomorrow. Ray Hanselman, hats off to him. Great tournament for Ray Hanselman.
Yeah, and if you kind of watch Buddy Gross yesterday and today, compared to how easy he made it look on day one, and I'll tell you, if you look at guys that have caught him on beds, really what what Mullins said in that lock feels like it's happening. It feels like there is another wave that is passing through and either locking on some of these shallow shell bars or some of these man-made canals. It just feels like these fish have shifted exactly to where Mullins said it's going to be a way different game tomorrow. Feeling a lot of these fish have committed to spawning throughout this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Kenta Kimura just caught a 4.5 to cull up to 21.7. He's got 56 total. Weight, he's 3 ounces back at David Mullins on our unofficial bass track.
He thought it was getting better out where he was in Harris Lake.
That'd be our third biggest bag behind Clifford Perch and Jay Shakurit. He's got 21.5 and still hanging on to the top 10 in 10th place. 3 ounces ahead of John Cox.
Those anglers move in the right direction today. Kimura and Brandon Lester, Clifford Perch, Drew Benton.
Right now, we'd roughly have 4 of our top 10 starting in that Banana Cove region tomorrow morning. Most likely, if they didn't adjust crazy, it would be Mullins, Kimura, Hanselman, and then Schmidt. Whitaker not far from there in 12th.
Gross not far from there.
Yeah, Gross is in the vicinity. Yeah.
He's on that eastern Horseshoe Island area.
Yeah, Jay Shakurit would be the first person since 2015 in May, the Lake Havasu event, to go from the last man in to make the day 3 cut and jump all the way up to make the final day cut. Back then, I believe we were 50 or so for the cut instead of 47, and there was a top 12 cut, though, instead of a top 10 cut. So about the same amount of spots they've jumped. So
Phoenix Rising.
Exactly. Oh, there you go. Way to book in that one, Such.
Trying to wake Z up.
Took his breath away.
It is less than 2 weeks away. That music is the music that signifies the World Championship. Among other things, the Bassmaster Classic, most important single tournament in the sport. You see Hank Cherry right there. Hank Cherry going to be trying to be the first one to ever three-peat, Z.
I'm alive and kicking, Suit. You don't need to worry about that, my friend. It is the weekend. I'm gonna throw it to you guys. Besides Brandon Cobb, give me your one pick besides Brandon Cobb right now. Tommy, start with you.
Stetson Blaylock.
Okay. Ron?
I think if I didn't have to pick Hank Cherry, I would pick maybe a Taku. I would pick a Taku.
Let's
go!
Boy, I could go between Brandon Cobb and St. Patrick Walters. But I had to go one or the other. I'll give it to Cobb.
How about you, Z?
I am gonna ride the exact same. Now, you know what?
You're gonna go for
I think odds are against a Hank Cherry to do it 3 times in a row. I think there was unfinished business. I love the Taku pick, man. I really like that a lot, Ronnie.
Thanks.
If not Taku, though, I got to say that somebody finally gets the job done. Unfinished business, commercial, Jason Christie.
Yeah.
All right.
I like that pick, too.
All good picks, man. It's going to be a good one, a great classic.
It really will be.
3 days of fishing.
If Hank did win 3 in a row, it would be the first person to ever do that, but he would be only the 3rd person ever to have more than 2, correct? We have 2 4-time winners, and he would be a 3-time winner. We don't have another 3-time winner.
That's right.
Mike, is there any chance, this is for Mike McInnes and the production, can we just kick some more of that music as we roll out of this today, just to get ready for it, man?
Okay.
Get ready for it.
There it
is.
8 minutes of regal.
Our first visit there came in 2008 on a very cold and very low, drained down Lake Hartwell. And on that frozen expanse, well, it wasn't exactly frozen. But...
On a plane, they didn't know
there
where
it
they
is.
were going.
Remember Charlie Hartley at the lead?
Yeah.
Jason Christie was one bite from the World Championship of Bass Fishing. And that bite, guys, it never came.
And we got to ride with him for an hour and a half in his truck and watch him stoically
He was
drive.
super okay with that, except not at all.
That is a hard one. Brandon Cobb is hard to bet against at Lake Hartwell with his track record.
Oh, boy.
But
Yeah.
someone said it's hard. I mean, I'm going with him, and I said the only thing. 3 days, classic. It is hard to win on your home body of water with the classic pressure because he's going to come off pad on his first spot, Tommy, and have 47 boats with him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
true.
just that's
a
hard
good,
to manage.
Good thing to consider.
How much attention is Hank Cherry going to be garnering there? Media and
a lot.
Boats.
He said he was going to take off from. He already told me he was going to take off from Green Pond, go around the big island. I forget the name of the island right there, but it will come back to me. Go around the big island, and then go back to a spot. He'll lose everyone around the island. That's what he said he was going to do.
Yeah,
He'll lose his flotilla.
I reckon that's exactly what's going to happen.
It was a good day of fishing today.
School of them.
All day long. We had some.
Maybe they're not bass. I don't know.
Had some big lulls, day 1 and 2, but it was a solid day of bass fishing on the Harris chain today.
Right under that 10-cut line, John Cox, Jake Whitaker, Tyler Rivette, Stetson Blaylock, and Jamie Hartman. All within a pound and a half. Once again, we never can stress it enough. All the weights we see on Bass Track, what we're going on today, are estimates. I mean, very good estimates, and
some cases.
Weight in the boat, absolutely. Some of them, most of them. But could be a surprise or two at the weigh-in.
And these guys got to be in at 3:15. 3:30.
3:30,
First flight's check-in.
3:30, and 4 o'clock.
Okay. Got it.
Kind of split as down the middle as best we can. 24 in the first flight, 23 in the second flight.
Okay.
Z, question with the conditions anticipated tomorrow. You going to take the Banana Cove guys or the rest of the field? What's it look like tomorrow?
Such. Give me the field. Give me the field. That's a dangerous call. That's a dangerous call, man.
It's your job.
But I'm going. Somebody goes against the grain and benefits from all day long sunshine. We're supposed to have a warm night tonight. Not supposed to get cool till tomorrow night. I'm going field.
Field.
Field against Banana Cove or field against the leader?
Banana Cove.
Field against Banana Cove.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
So you'd be talking about Shakurat, Martin, Benton, I guess, Perch.
Gross, Lester.
Gross and Lester. Well,
Martin?
Gross is in and out, yeah.
Gross is kind of he's a
not on
perimeter.
that flat.
He's not in the.
Yeah.
He's not in old trenchy trench.
Trenchy trench.
He's a hybrid. David Mullins, a bit of a hybrid. But like you said,
Yep.
I think there's no doubt he'll start there.
Big day for Jay Shakurat as well, and Rookie of the Year. came in leading by 6 points, last man in, so he can't lose any points today, was guaranteed to leave the event Falcon Rod's Angler or Rookie of the Year leader. But to move up 37 points today, that's big time to have a half 100 lead after 2 events.
They definitely want to make it to the weigh-in right here on Bassmaster.com. In about 30 minutes, going to see some good ones. Think about that one we saw from Clifford Perch. We'll get to get a real weight on that. That will be fun.
Yeah, and the weigh-in was off the chain yesterday. Real high moment right there for Micah Frazier, getting it done. Some awkward moments, too. Had Dave Mercer and Matt Robertson. That's always a time. Good day for David Mullins right there.
Jake Whitaker. Got to have some magic to happen for him. Make it into the top 10 today. Could happen, though. Ray Hanselman. Buddy Gross and Ray Hanselman, boy, steady through this tournament right here. The weigh-in coming up again. 3:30 p.m. right here. Bassmaster.com. Out of that will emerge 10 anglers who will tee it up one more time here on the Harris Chain tomorrow. See if one of them can get the, well, one of them will get that blue trophy. Get the top points and move on.
Tommy, I'm going to beg you. One of my best friends ever, can you go full-blown Jim Nance to end this thing today, please? Full-blown.
Friends, it has been an experience. I will give you that much. And we look forward to more of the same tomorrow. As these guys who are the best in the world ply their trades, try hoping against hope. Something breaks loose. Someone catches another double-digit fish on the Harris Chain.
Scottish? That's so great. You're awesome, Tommy.
It's nothing like Jim Nance, but there it is. We'll see you tomorrow. FS1, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be good to go.
Goodbye, friends.